Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of WikidataCon 2025. Woohoo! My name is Alan Ang. I'm the Senior Partner Manager for Wikidata at Wikimedia Germany. Today, my colleagues, Danny, Chris, and of course, our colleagues from the events team, Sanin, will be supporting everyone in having this wonderful session. So, we have several interesting and insightful programs lined up for us today. Before we start, I would like to do some housekeeping, just a gentle reminder to everyone that the links are all on the WikidataCon website in documentation section if you want to have a look at it and review it later. The sessions are live, streamed and recorded. If you do not wish for your face or your voice to be seen and recorded, just please turn off the camera and mute yourself. And of course, if there's any question, feel free to write them in the chat and or in the Etherpad as well. So again, reminder, please mute the microphone when you're not speaking, and also raise your digital hand to ask question, or you can ask them in the chat and our facilitators will get to the speaker. Just also to share with everyone that live translation is available at StartEve with the link, as you can see from the presentation there. And also a gentle reminder that this is a safe space and friendly space. So we hope that everyone will be comfortable in today's session. And please review the code of conduct if you have not yet done so. If you need any help or any questions, contact us on Telegram. Without much further ado, I would like to invite Lydia to share the first session entitled The State of Wikidata. People-powered and trusted infrastructure for a changing world. I'm sure Lydia has several good news to share in this wonderful session. Lydia, are you here?
I am here.
If you are, you can feel free to share your screen. And,
give me 1 second to figure out the camera because it's picking the wrong one.
No problem.
It does not want my camera. Okay, then we will maybe do this without camera and just the slides. It will also not let me share my screen. That is not great. I will be right back.
Yeah, I've just shared Lydia's presentation slide in the chat. So for those of us who prefer to look at the presentation deck when the presenter is speaking, feel free to click on the link in the chat. Then you can see the presentation.
Let's see if this works now. Yes. All right.
Yes, we can see your slide.
Perfect.
Sorry, Lydia, before you start, I think we need permission to access the Google Slides.
They are uploaded to Commons.
Uploaded Commons. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lydia.
All right. Hello and welcome everyone to the third and final day of WikidataCon. I want to take the next 30 minutes to talk a bit about the state of Wikidata as a people-powered and trusted infrastructure for a changing world, because Wikidata is not only growing, it's becoming more widely trusted and used, and that is more important now than it ever was before, both for the Wikidata and the other Wikimedia projects. I want to touch on 3 themes: reach and reuse, sustainability, and the Wikibase ecosystem. Let's start with reach and reuse. We've seen a lot of new great applications built with Wikidata's data over the past year, such as Expeditia, that lets you follow past research expeditions, or Should I Watch This, to help you pick the next movie for your movie night, or Flashback Fiesta for some fun game time with your friends, or the Wikisource Reader app that, excuse me, the Wikisource Reader app that gives you access to great public domain literature on your phone or tablet. That was made possible, among many other things, by better access to Wikidata's data. The REST API, for example, has reached version 1, and we've integrated search into it. We've released the Wikidata vector embedding and an MCP for Wikidata to make Wikidata's data more useful also in the context of generative AI. And we did some very promising experiments with GraphQL. And if you are someone who wants to build applications and services with Wikidata's data, you can find all the information you will need on the developer portal that's linked here. And there's a ton of useful content that you can catch up with from the data reuse days that we did earlier this year. All of this, of course, hasn't gone unnoticed by the world. Wikidata has gotten a ton of attention in the press, from the Register to The Verge to TechCrunch to a really lovely piece by Stephen Harrison that I encourage you to read. It's really lovely. And to give you a sense of how much things have changed this year, here's a look at the Google Trends charts since the start of Wikidata. So that's quite an impressive spike this year. And something that made me especially happy this year is that Wikidata has been recognized as a digital public good. And that makes it the third project in the Wikimedia movement after Graph Directory and Wikipedia to receive this recognition. And I want to take that as an opportunity to give a special shout out and thank you to all the people doing the hidden work in Wikidata, admins, patrollers, bureaucrats, and more. You are the ones who make all of this possible. So thank you. Of course, Wikidata's data is also used inside the Wikimedia projects. And this year, we worked to make it easier to understand for the editors on the other Wikimedia projects what is actually going on Wikidata that affects their articles. So for example, in the screenshot at the bottom here, you can see entries for changes coming from Wikidata. They're hard to understand because the labels for the properties that are referenced in the changes aren't shown, right? It just says property P775. Not very helpful. So we've changed that so you can see, as you can see in the upper screenshot, and it's now easier to understand what is actually going on, what has been happening in a change. By doing this, we've also further reduced the number of changes that we show that didn't actually affect the article. This and other changes, I hope, will make it possible for more people to enable Wikidata changes in their watch list on Wikipedia and in their recent changes on Wikipedia, and gain more confidence in Wikidata's data, and because they have more control over it. Overall, we've also seen quite an increase in Wikidata's data use across the Wikimedia projects, as you can see here, specifically since the beginning of this year. And if you're interested in all things Wikidata on the other Wikimedia projects, then I recommend you check out the Wikidata and Sister Project Days event we had earlier this year. There are great tutorials and showcases, for example, for you. And fun fact from the Wikidata community survey that we did you know that about 80% of Wikidata's editors are also editing another Wikimedia project? And most of the time, those other projects are Wikipedia and Commons. Now let's take a look at sustainability. On the technical side, we're continuing to adapt to Wikidata's growth. We have cut the amount of data in the query service in half with the graph split. It's now split into a main and a scholarly article graph. So to query them together, you will need to write federated SPARQL queries between them. If your queries don't include scholarly article data, then nothing changes for you. And of course, editing continues to happen in Wikidata itself. In addition, we've reduced the size of the recent changes table on Wikipedia's by about 23%. And at the same time, as I was saying earlier, reduced the amount of irrelevant changes that you're seeing there that don't actually affect the article. And we are in the process of removing about 30% of the size of the database table that holds all the changes ever made on Wikidata by also removing unnecessary information from it. And here I want to give a shout out to the teams at the WMF who are doing a lot of the work on these topics. Now let's look at the human side of it. When we look at the human side of sustainability, then I think we don't see a lot of fluctuation, but also not really growth in the community at the moment. And looking at the content, it continues to grow, but for a few years now, it has reached a much more healthy level, I would say, which I think is great. Something that I found particularly interesting is this graph. It shows the average number of statements per item. So how many statements does an average item have? And something happened that suggests to me we've been paying attention to building out what we have instead of adding new items. But at the same time, this doesn't look very organic to me. So if anyone has an idea of what happened here, I'd love to hear it. The previous 3 slides taken together suggest to me that we need to help more people contribute to Wikidata and help them find meaningful and productive ways to contribute. That includes both new people, but also people who are currently only contributing at the periphery of Wikidata. And a big step in that direction is making it possible to edit statements from mobile devices. We're currently in the middle of the development for this, and I invite you all to test it and give feedback as we go along. That's really important to me because some of what we're building now for mobile devices will in the future also come to the desktop UI. So feedback there now is really valuable. And you can try that out on Beta Wikidata already today. And the link on the slides is where you will find more information about how you can test and how you can give feedback. Another important part of helping people find their way and place in Wikidata for me are wiki projects. And Jan earlier was talking earlier in the conference about how important wiki projects are for coordinating, for guidance, and bringing people together around the same topic that they are interested in. And at the same time, right now they're practically invisible for most people. That's not great. So we want to make it possible for these wiki projects to be more visible on item pages so they can actually fulfill that role. And you can chime in on how to best connect an item to its respective wiki project or wiki projects on the page that's linked on the slides here. Also, can I just say that Wikidata has the best wiki project logos of all the wiki project logos I've seen across Wikimedia. They're just perfect. A second piece that I hope will help people find their way and place in Wikidata is the newcomer homepage. It's a homepage and a few associated features that new editors will get. I will provide homepage with useful links, for example, to help pages, to wiki projects, and more. And that was developed by the Wikimedia Foundation for Wikipedia, and now we're working together to also bring that to Wikidata. And last but not least, there are 2 fantastic courses to help people more meaningfully contribute to Wikidata. The first one is the Wikidata MOOC, a massive open online course on Wikilearn. And it teaches the basics of Wikidata to new editors. That course will run again in Q2 next year, and you can watch the wiki page that's linked here for updates on that. If you're a more advanced editor, then I want to highlight Peters and Agger's Wikidata ontology course that is intended to teach more people about good data modeling practices in Wikidata. And you can catch up to the slides of that course on the wiki page that's linked here, if that is more up your alley than a basic course. Which brings me to the last sustainability topic, clarity in the Wikibase ecosystem. So we want to help create more clarity about what data and communities best go where in the Wikibase ecosystem. So in Wikidata and Wikibase Cloud instances and Wikibase Suite instances. And we're doing this mainly with 3 policies. A mass editing policy for Wikidata, and the RFC for this is currently ongoing, and you're welcome to chime in. Then the notability policy for Wikidata, and figuring out what we have, if that still serves us, and how it could be tweaked. And if that topic is important to you, please do reach out to me so I can include you as I organize conversations around that. And last but not least, to define the acceptable use of Wikibase Cloud to clarify what kind of Wikibase Cloud instances can be hosted there. In preparation for all of this, we worked with people from across the whole Wikibase ecosystem on some hypothetical datasets and communities. And we had scenarios, and one such scenario could be an initiative that traces the evolution of commercial advertising through a large image-heavy dataset of historical ads. And they would get a lot of such hypothetical datasets and communities. And then we asked people where, based on their current understanding, they would put that in the Wikibase ecosystem. So would they put it on Wikidata? Would they do it on a Wikibase Cloud instance? Would they do it on a Wikibase Suite instance, self-hosted? Or would they not do it at all in the Wikibase ecosystem because it fits neither of those? As we were trying to sort all of that out, a lot of questions came up, like, does this community have the resources to host their own Wikibase? How large is that data set? Does this meet Wikidata's notability criteria? How much ownership do the people who own that data want to keep over that data, and so on? And that led to think about who actually can answer those questions and who needs to make decisions about that to come to a conclusion where a particular data set or community might best go. And some of it is up to the individual editor, some of it is up to the community on that Wikibase instance, like on Wikidata. Some of it might be up to WMDE, some of it might be up to WMF. And there's still a lot to sort through there, but that was one of the key hurdles that we identified. What we're doing now is summarizing the responses to each of those questions and consideration, and we'll publish that soon to continue the discussion. Again, if you're interested in that, please do get in touch if you want to discuss this more. Which brings me to the third and final theme, the Wikibase ecosystem. Over the last year, we have seen the Wikibase ecosystem grow, and more importantly, grow together. Here you can see, for example, the growth of Wikibase instances that are hosted on Wikibase Cloud over time. There are now over 300 self-hosted Wikibase instances out there that we know. There are probably more that we don't know about. And 1,742 Wikibase instances on Wikibase Cloud. And among those are some really nice ones, some real gems. such as the enslaved projects documenting the transatlantic slave trade, the memotext projects about French Enlightenment novels, Quechua Base collecting lexicographical data about the Quechua languages, the European Union's Cohesio projects that publishing data about EU-funded projects, and the authority file that the National Library of Nigeria is building up with AFLIA. And that last one is especially interesting to me because it is intended to be an authority file for Nigerian authors in the hand of Nigerian librarians. And they are creating a reliable source that can later be a source to include their authors into the Wikimedia projects. And that I see that as a chance to help us.
Testing, Lydia, you were muted just now.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. So first, you would put your data right into Wikidata in the hope that Wikipedia accepts it. But that, of course, leads to pain. And what we have here offers an alternative, I believe. Putting data into a Wikibase and making that a reliable source and bringing some of that into Wikidata and then Wikipedia, which will hopefully be a much more fruitful path. And we do want the Wikibase ecosystem to continue growing and to become more tightly interconnected. And one of the features we're working on to make this happen is federation, and specifically ontology federation. What that means is we want to make it easier for people to rely on Wikidata or another Wikibase instance for concepts that are already well established on Wikidata. So they don't need to reinvent the wheel every time. So think of time zones, countries, units, and so on. And what you see here in the mockup, for example, is a statement with a value that's a link to a Wikidata item instead of a local one. And here, when making a statement, you would get hits from Wikidata as well as your local items. And if you're interested in testing this out, please let me know so we can get you on the list of people to try it. And now, as a last thing, let's take a look at what's ahead. I already mentioned a lot of things, but here's a high-level view again. We want more applications and services built on top of Wikidata, thanks to better data access. We will be opening up editing on mobile devices. We will create easier path for newcomers and peripheral editors to find their way and place in Wikidata. We will continue to work towards a more sustainable Wikidata, and we will create more clarity together around what goes where in the Wikibase ecosystem. And last but not least, we will open up more linked open data across the Wikibase ecosystem. And I want to leave you with one thought that's becoming clearer to me every day. Wikidata is more important than ever as a source of trustworthy, reliable, verifiable linked open data. And thank you for being a part of making Wikidata what it is today and what it will be tomorrow. Thank you for everything you do to make Wikidata shine. And see you on Wikidata.
Thank you, Lydia, for the wonderful presentation, update, and the sharing of the good news of Wikidata to everyone. And of course, this would not be possible without the Wikidata team behind, working hard over the past over years, and also without the contributions of everyone who is contributing to Wikidata, volunteering for Wikidata, and making this project so wonderful. Now let's take some time to open up the floor for discussion. If there's any questions, Someone like to, I think someone has raised a hand. Let me see.
I think Andy has his hand raised.
Yes. Andy, right? Andy, you have a hand raised. Do you have a question, or do you just want to applause and press the raise hand button by accident? Okay, Andy has removed the hand, and we have a comment and plus question in the chat by Klaus. Let me read out very quickly for the benefit of some of our participants who are unable to, who are traveling or something, unable to read the chat, read the question. Klaus said, "I think one important aspect is missing here: quality management. Are there any evaluations or ongoing reviews of data quality in Wikidata? In Wikipedia, we have a large community that takes care of content quality and protects the articles. But when we offer Wikidata at such a scale, also as a data source for AI training, we need to think about this aspect much more seriously. Projects like AI Cleanup shows how knowledge can become polluted when AI-generated content starts coming back into Wikipedia. Honestly, if this problem isn't addressed properly, we might be doing ourselves a disservice in the long run." Klaus said, "I work with Wikidata and know the situation in my topics." Lydia, do you have any
Yes.
comments to respond? Thank you.
Absolutely. That's really important. And as Jan is saying in the chat, there is a lot of that data quality work happening in wiki projects, which is yet another reason why I believe we need to get more people there. There's, for example, regular reports of wrong data, missing data, and so on that are often part of wiki projects. Then we have initiatives like I was talking about, the ontology course that is part of the ontology cleaning task force that are looking at things like this. At the moment, we are also working with a group of students from the Hasso-Plattner Institute who are looking into measuring data quality, or at least certain aspects of data quality. Yeah, so it is definitely a really important topic, especially now. I agree with that.
Thank you, Lydia. I think Klaus has raised his hand to in response to your comment. Klaus, am I right?
Yes, may I add? I have a cold, therefore maybe you don't understand. Is there a community? I think that without any community, this is not possible to protect quality.
Yes, and as Jan was saying, that is happening in wiki projects to a large extent.
Really?
Yeah.
As I look for something that there are problems or vandalism or any quality problems, and we did not find similar pages in your.
For example, for vandalism specifically, there is.
Is there?
There's a specific project.
More, as we should do more transparent this, that you find it and there derives a community from this. As we have to develop a community when we want to what you proposed, I think.
And maybe someone can find the anti-vandalism group and link them for Klaus, for example.
We can solve it today, but I must depose my question. It's
Klaus, we lost you. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Klaus, for.
Right. We can solve it today. You know my problem, and we have to work together to derive a community. That there is in a community, a big community, bigger than in Wikipedia is necessary.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a part of Wikidata that needs more people. So.
Okay, thank you.
All help welcome.
Thank you, Klaus. Thank you, Lydia. I think there's. I think Ian has very kindly also mentioned that I think wiki projects are doing a lot of quality reviews in their corners of Wikidata. And Ashmin has a question for Lydia. That's very interesting. Could you please elaborate on your cooperation with the Hasso-Plattner Institute on quality matters? Thank you.
Yes. So we have worked with the team that is the professor and his team before on, for example, the quality constraints. And now he has a new group of students that are trying to measure certain dimensions of data quality over time so that we can see, is Wikidata getting better on certain dimensions, such as consistency, like consistent data modeling, and so on. I'm looking forward to what they actually come up with. It's a student's project, so you never know. But so far, I'm very, very hopeful.
Thank you, Lydia. Okay, thank you, Lydia, for your wonderful presentation once again. Next up, we have a very interesting panel. The topic is called Wikidata for Social Good. Again, we just have to ask Lydia to continue to be with us. And then we have the other panelists, Jona, Jan, Matthias, and Friedrich. Are you, I think you're all here. Let me just hand over the floor to one of you. Maybe Lydia, do you want to?
Yes. Give me 1 second to see if I can fix my camera. At least
I
for
see Jan. Hello, hi Jan.
Yeah. Hello.
Now I think I might be able to.
This is an exciting panel of discussion for 45 minutes, so we have plenty of time to share, talk, and discuss and exchange with one another. Okay, great. Let me hand over to you guys.
Excellent. Are my fellow panelists around? I see Jan. I see Friedrich, Jona. Okay, great. And Matthias, are you here as well?
Yes, let me turn on my camera.
Yeah. All right. I'm very excited about this panel because it is all about talking to four excellent people who are building amazing stuff on top of Wikidata that is actually making the world better. And I'm here with Jan from GovDirectory, Jona from Cividata, and Matthias from LSA Effect, and Friedrich from Open Sanctions. And how about we start with you guys telling us about what your projects are all about? Jan, do you want to start?
Sure. So GovDirectory we're trying to build a community-powered directory where the online presence of all public organizations in the entire world of all levels is available. And we do this to empower people to engage with their governments. That's what we're trying to do.
Excellent. Jona, how about Cividata?
Yeah, Cividata is kind of similar. We are trying to show the civil societies of different countries, so mainly NGOs and the whole nonprofit scene. And Cividata shows data to rank these organizations and to show which organizations might be most important in which country by different measures like financial data, member data, employees, and things like that.
Matthias, how about LSA Effect?
LSA Effect is both a platform and a small movement in Brazil for independent fact checkers. Our main work is mostly on education. Democratizing fact checking is our dream, and we want to do that through technology, and Wikidata helps a lot.
Excellent. And last but not least, Friedrich, how about Open Sanctions?
Hi, Lydia. Yeah, we're building a database that contains, or that is aiming to contain, a lot of the really interesting people geopolitically in the world. So that includes people who are subject to international sanctions and watch lists, but also political office holders that you might need to know about when you're doing an investigation, for example, as a journalist, as an activist, but also as a bank that's doing business with these people.
All excellent projects, and I'm very excited that Wikidata is helping make them happen. So my first question for you would be, if you can share a moment where you thought like, yeah, my project really made a difference here now. Someone got excited about it. Someone did something cool with it. Who wants to go first?
I can go, I guess. I have two. I'll say two because one of them was really. So we have a partnership with universities in Brazil. One of them is the University of the state of São Paulo, and we have a kind of a formation course for journalists to become fact checkers. And from this course, we had two like super interesting like aha moments, I'd say. One of them was after they graduated from the course on university and having us on the resume, they were able to actually become fact checkers, like professional fact checkers. We have like two cases like that. And the other thing was that I received a message in the middle of the night once from one of those interns asking me to explain more about Wikidata and Wikipedia and how they could contribute. So it was like awesome because before we started working with them, they didn't know the movement, and it clear stuck with them having to deal with that in our program.
Yeah, for me, it was nearly the same. I'm being asked by master students to help them export my data, which is not my data, but Wikidata data, because Cividata is only showing it, to be used for their master thesis to study NGOs in that case in Germany, and to find out more about, in that case, gender in boardrooms of NGOs. And therefore they needed a base of being the top 100 NGOs, and that's exactly what we are giving them.
Maybe for open sanctions, we've been obviously used as a resource quite a lot since 2022. So the first time that our database was really running happened to be in January of 2022. And then the war against Ukraine started. And so we've seen a lot of uptake from journalists who want to understand who is being sanctioned, who isn't being sanctioned. We see a lot of uptake also from academia. So what's kind of interesting is we have a whole bibliography of kind of technical papers that are written using our data, but then also a lot of papers that are sort of looking at geopolitics and policy outcomes. And that's quite fun to see kind of how different things can be used.
It's also a bit hard to track impact because we're not really collecting data from anyone. So it's if they keep in touch. But one interesting thing we found is, of course, we clean up a lot of data on Wikidata and make it queryable. And sometimes we clean lists on Wikipedia as well because it's outdated. And in one of those runs, we sort of like, well, the number of embassies in the Statistics Bureau on Sweden and on the State Department are not the same. And like, which one is correct? And it turned out neither of them were correct, but after contacting them, they managed to update it. So sort of like real world impact, not exactly what we intended to do, but sort of kind of in that direction.
Nice. It reminds me of similar things that happen around Wikilove's monuments, for example, where the public databases then get updated thanks to Wikipedians doing the work.
Also sometimes people from organizations or from institutions are looking at that data because it's more accurate or it's shown in a better way. I have that quite often, that people look at my site to look how their own organization was performing in the last years, because we have graphs and things like that, which most NGOs usually don't have.
We even have a story of of an agency remembering, oh, did we have that Flickr account? Who is having that? And sort of like that was documented in Wikidata some years ago, but then they stopped using it, or the person working there stopped working there, and then they sort of like have to dig up the password to retrieve it.
It's the little things. Nice. Now let's maybe take a bit of a detour to why is Wikidata valuable for your project, and why did you decide to actually build it on top of Wikidata's data?
Maybe I can start. So we use Wikidata as a source for data about political office holders around the world, right? And what's really amazing is that we have to answer the question: is that person still relevant to the public interest? Like, is there still a real public interest, a reason to think about them? And so that depends on kind of what level of government they're in. And so whether they kind of used to run a government, or whether they're the mayor of a small town who's been out of office for 5 years, right? And the standards of who should be considered a public figure, how long, are based on a lot of these factors. And so the fact that Wikidata has like this very detailed data model about political positions and who's been holding what political position at what time really allows us to sort of algorithmically start to decide, is that person still a relevant person, or are they just a retiree that we should kind of not process information about? And that's really fantastic.
And it's kind of similar for us working with public organizations and agencies. Like, already looking at Wikidata, all of the big ones that are in there, they might not be modeled well, but they because they have Wikipedia articles already. And I think if I would just guess, like 80% of them are already in Wikidata, but so far we can only query maybe 10% because we need to model them properly. So that's the beauty. Like, it's data that Wikidata wants. Wikidata cares for it, and Wikidata can also reuse it as well. So that's sort of like a win-win in that sense.
Yeah, in my case, it's more about the data, and it's just a question where to have it. And their Wikidata is just the place to combine data done or selected or found by different people, even so those people are not working on that project, like on Cividata, but they are just entering perhaps only their own organization or just some organizations in their sphere of work. And the idea of having an open database is what makes it really, really interesting. And the project Cividata is mainly a better front end for this data to be shown, and to talk about quality, to show it in a way that normal people can find mistakes, can find missing values, which is sometimes quite difficult inside of Wikidata.
Yeah, in our case, there were multiple reasons. One of them, so for that effect, it was important to be open and transparent and contribute to a like public and open infrastructure that is already there. We always thought that we were not going to create a movement. We were just going to sum with the ones that are already there and try to bring in yet another tool, but maybe a tool that can make a difference. When we decided to use Wikidata, one of the things were that, like, if you think about the Wikimedia movement, it has become the backbone of knowledge on the internet, right? And it's kind of hard to think about that information that we have access today, and like not being part of our lives. And that's like just thanks to Wikipedia, Wikidata, like all sister projects, all the movement. And because we have this kind of it's taken for granted, we realized that if we didn't contribute back, we will not be like impactful on that infrastructure. But before we were able to contribute back, we were actually gaining more than we would expect. So our first prototype We just wanted common pictures of personalities on the platform because it would be easier. And then Wikidata had a connection to that. So we created like a prototype with that and immediately brought value to what we were creating. And then we realized that for some Brazilian personalities, there were missing information, description, like Wikipedia pages. And I think that's where the synergy happened. Right now, we have a different view on what we can do with Wikidata because we have different challenges as well. I think yesterday, like Eduardo, one of the members, presented our will to engage more with automated triage for verification requests, and like just having the data that is provided by Wikidata to make like smart decisions about whether we should like check an information from a specific personality or a specific topic. That's just amazing, and it's impossible to get that. I think any movement would not be able to do that by themselves, and that's just awesome. So the reason that we are still here, I would say.
That's amazing. And you touched already a bit on struggles. So maybe we can continue with that, Matthias. What's the biggest struggle for you right now?
The biggest struggle, I would say, like from our platform perspective, is to have people actually fact checking. We realize that no one wants to do that, and there is a lot of people out there that wants to do it, but doesn't know how to do it. And our challenge now is to properly like route to people that have like different expertise and knowledge about certain topics, or just willing to check a specific, I don't know, maybe they want to just check a political spectrum in Brazil, and then we have like this like kind of like motivated competition between people from different sides trying to fact check each other, which I think is healthy in the end. But our main challenge is to have people actually fact checking. And the reason, like right now with Wikidata, we are trying to we want at some point to use knowledge that is out there to improve automated fact checking, although I don't believe that we are going to ever have something without a human that can be as accurate as possible, or actually fight misinformation. That will be like an evergreen challenge for us. But right now, I would say we need to understand how people want to actually check facts so we can provide them the tool.
Jan, how about you?
Yes, I think there's 3 different struggles that we've struggled all along with, and I think we continue to. It's sources, local context, and what was the third one? And language in some cases, because even if you find the sources, if you can't interpret them, or if the automated translation is not nuanced enough, because sometimes like with these political organizations and how they are working, like you really need to figure out, well, what is the current state here? And we started with Sweden. I'm from Sweden, and I still sort of like struggled with the local context, sort of like you almost need to be a political science major. Looking at the US right now, it's very difficult to find sources of what is an agency right now today. It might have been something last week, but it's maybe not today. So it's yeah. So you solely need all those 3 and then cover all the world. So it's going to take some time.
And is the problem that the sources don't exist or are not reliable, or?
It's all kinds of problems with that. Sometimes don't exist at all, like you can't find them easily, and sometimes they exist, but they seem like they're out of date. Like you know that there's been an election, and you don't know, like, oh, it's still the former minister here, which like is the rest of the ministries then all right, or is that also out of date?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Jana, how about you?
Yeah, open data projects would be so much easier if they would have open data. So on the one hand, it's really, I mean, I'm working with NGOs in most countries. There's no public data available at all. So it's all in annual reports, completely non-standardized. And then in other countries, in my case, in the US, it's no problem because they have open text data for organizations. So there I can have an API, I can work with that. It's totally fine. So that's the one side to have the database. And on the other hand, it's struggling with community management. On the one hand, inside of Wikidata, you mentioned Wiki projects. We have our own Wiki project, but it's not really a community management platform. So that's not the strength of Wikidata and, in my opinion, most other Wiki projects. And those who are interested, they struggle with, yeah, I wouldn't even say with Wikidata, they struggle with a database. They struggle with this form of communication. So most of them are able to edit the one NGO they are interested in or involved in, but then they usually stop because then it gets too complicated and then perhaps to work with imports and things like that. At least in my sphere, the nonprofit sphere, most people are not that tech savvy, and I don't even think it's about the technical complications, but just about interfaces, about entering, about understanding what they are doing. So that's my biggest struggle in finding people who are not interested in just 5 NGOs, but who are really interested in contributing to the project inside and outside of Wikidata.
Maybe for us, sort of, we've had this problem of disambiguating the people that we're looking at, right? So we used Wikidata as one data source, but we have, I think, 60 or 70 other data sources that we get information about politicians from. And then trying to determine if like this person is the same as that person becomes really difficult, right? Like sometimes it says researcher there, then we know it belongs sort of more to the scientific cloud of Wikidata. But then obviously people graduate from university and they do become politicians. And so sometimes it is the same one. We've even had cases where Wikidata says pro soccer player, and then we look into it and yes, he's now the Minister of Culture of country X. So the crossover of people not being in one clean bucket of humanity has been really troubling us. And then also like, based on that, the possibility of feeding back the information that we scrape from other official sources and making that show up in Wikidata is something that's, yeah, we've struggled to kind of do it in a bulk way because, yeah, we need to have it perfectly disambiguated before we can kind of start feeding in lots of 700 members of parliament or whatever from country X.
Yeah, that's a similar problem we have with some NGOs who have one name, and then they have 5 different legal types in 4 different countries, and they are all named the same, but the one is a foundation, the other one is an association. And just to filter and find out what is quite complicated. And of course, in Wikipedia, it's one article. We all know that problem.
Sounds very familiar, indeed. But Friedrich, you were talking about trying to contribute back to Wikidata, which is an excellent lead to our next question to talk about, which is giving back to Wikidata. And how is Open Section thinking about that?
We've been more of a consumer than we like. And so we're now starting a new project that is going to try and help us to kind of cross-reference official sources, Wikipedia articles, and then Wikidata. But I shouldn't spoil it too much because in an hour, I think my 2 colleagues, Brenna and Johan, are going to give a session about that. So just stay on the line and you'll find out much more.
Very good. Matthias, you also mentioned giving back to Wikidata. So how about you?
Yeah, I believe that I would say the same as Friedrich to the state of what we have been doing so far. Like we didn't contribute much. We did have like interventions, but I believe that our next step, which is using Wikidata to intelligently triage verification requests is going to require us to engage much more with Wikidata, because the more accurate is the database, the better will be our triage system. So we're looking forward to that. This week we had to reveal multiple like news outlets in Brazil that we actively monitor. And there were some outdated followers on social media, which is an input that we use on the triage system to determine the severity or the the likability of spreading disinformation or something like that. So that was awesome, because we were able to just increase a little bit our accuracy on the experiments just by editing Wikidata, which is way better than having to write multiple lines of code, I would say. Sometimes.
Yeah. Jan? Sorry.
You go.
Yeah, for us, it's more, I mean, Cividata is a Wikidata project. So all data we show is from Wikidata, but to be honest, most data we show, we put, or mainly I put into Wikidata. So that's the one side. And the other side is, since we are more or less more attractive front end for normal users, there are around 300 people a day at the moment looking at the data. And I think that's to come back to the question about quality insurance. That's one of the main things we need in Wikidata, to have more eyeballs on it, to find, this organization is inside of the list 2 times. Why is it like that? Or that name is not the right name anymore, and things like that. Oh, the data, that's impossible. It can't be on number 5 or whatsoever. So just showing the data to more people means also to have more feedback on what's right and what's wrong.
Yeah, it's very similar for us as with Cividata. Most of the items are already there. We improve them, and it's a lot of work with the with the types and the classes, and of course then you get sidetracked and oh, this is the list of this, and this is the category of that, and you sort of like make that connected like you do, and you deep dive in the position holders and stuff like that, and into the laws, and then suddenly, what was I doing now again? yeah. I'm working on the ministries. Yes, okay, let's get back to that.
Yeah, I want to double down on the just real quick on the knowing the data model is super important for us to contribute back, right? Like not knowing is definitely something that held us back in the past, and now we're trying to understand at least what we use.
Sounds very good. Jan, we're getting lost in a rabbit hole there. All the fancy things you can do in Wikidata. Let's switch topics a bit. Sometimes people don't know about really cool stuff in Wikidata. So for you, what is a hidden gem in Wikidata that others might not know about, but that is actually really cool or useful or whatever when you're trying to build on top of Wikidata? Friedrich, do you want to tell us?
Yeah, like we found absolutely marvelous stuff in there. I think kind of I mentioned before kind of the difficulty of disambiguating people. The fact that Wikidata has not just kind of people as entities, but also names of humans, family names, but also given names, and then try kind of multiplexes them into different languages, different scripts. That has been an amazing resource for us to find out about and then start to harness as a way of sort of matching people across different languages, across different scripts, right? Being able to kind of combine records about let's say a politician that's written in the Cyrillic script here and that's written in like a Latin script there. So whoever, maybe they're in this room, is working on name data in Wikidata, it's just stuff that couldn't be done without sort of manual curation to the same level of quality, right? Because anytime you try to do it statistically, it falls apart. So it's kind of, it can exist no other way than by community and by careful manual improvement.
Yeah, for me, for a tool, it's OpenRefine to be able to work with bigger data sets, to import and to mix and match. As I said, quite a lot of countries have no no really common identifier for NGOs and things like that. So we have to work with a lot of different data points. And the other hidden gem really is, again, being multilingual. It's just so fun as a German who is speaking a little bit of English, but nothing else, to be able to look into other countries, to see the data from a different country. I just added Israel during the weekend with I don't understand a letter of Hebrew, and still now it's there on Cividata, a list of NGOs being active. 2/3 of them have an English description and things like that. That's just amazing.
We mentioned it a couple of times, but I still think it's sort of like a hidden gem, and that's the corners of communities, like the wiki projects. We have one wiki project for Gov directory, but we reach out to all the different ones. Like if we're working with a country, we have focus week. We always ping that because there's like the local knowledge is so much valuable, and sometimes we ping the wiki project law or wiki project every politician. So like all of these small communities that care about what they really care about, connecting with them, that's a gem for sure.
Yeah, to me, like at least when I found, and to me it was hidden, and then I found it was a gem, was the shape of the Earth property, which is like to me just amazing that we can get on like on the same page, like all of the views, even the ones that we know are not scientifically proven or false, in there, and then you can actually like bring some like value to the conversation, like contested versions of the shape of the Earth, or the actual like accepted version of the shape of the Earth. I think this is amazing, especially from the point of view of information integrity and fact checking. So that was a gem for me when I found out.
Nice. And you bring up an interesting thing, because the complexity of the data model is often one of the things reusers struggle with, even though it is amazing for the reasons you were talking about. But let's talk maybe a bit about things you maybe learned the hard way when building on Wikidata that might be tips you can give to others who are trying to do the same. What have you learned that someone else maybe doesn't need to learn again?
I think I can start here, because the enthusiasm from the Wikidata users is amazing, but that can also sometimes be a little bit of an unknown problem, because one thing we learned the hard way was someone adding organizations and municipalities that will exist in the future. So think about how you make your queries and your quality assurance of them to also take in place that the modeling might include things in the future, and you might have to filter for this will not exist in 2 years. So, because I think we had in Denmark, suddenly there were 7 provinces instead of just 5. Like, why? Oh, there's 2 more coming up. Okay.
Who wants to go next? Jonna, maybe?
I'm thinking about. Yeah, I think coming back to wiki projects, I think it's one of the hidden gems, and one of the things Jan said, it's such a cool thing, and I think it is. But for new users, just to stumble over the best projects fitting, just to find active projects, just easy things like to find the project of your country if there's one existing, to find a sub-community. I needed some time to find those, and I think that's really, if you find them and if you find them to be good for your field of work. That's so important, because on Wikidata quite often we have the problem, quite unlike in at least the big Wikipedias, that you create something, you make a proposal, and there is no feedback. While on Wikipedia, we quite often have the opposite problem of creating something and there's feedback immediately, and not always in the good way. In Wikidata, we have the opposite problem, and that's why I would go for that.
A lot for us has been about kind of retrieving the data, about volume, right? So we try to download these profiles, and then you need to kind of download the labels for everything that they reference, etc. And so kind of doing that in a way that is still polite is a bit of a thing. So we have like massive caches in place, which is also turns out to be nice against vandalism. Then we had to learn that when we import politicians' names, we do have to filter out the poop emoji. And now we're trying to learn how to give back, right? This also feels a little bit like the comparison I had was sort of like trying to release a new medicine, right? You know that there's a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of process that needs to be adhered to in order to be a good citizen of sort of this new world. But like for us to kind of understand like what is like a polite and an appropriate thing to do as we try and put more and more data into Wikidata, it's all very well documented, but it's just a lot to learn.
Yeah, my recommendation for anyone that is trying to build something with Wikidata is that even if you don't see the data that you wanted there, that's not a reason to not use it, because you can put in there, like you can contribute back, and you can shape it in a way that makes sense. And chances are that someone will correct what you did, and you're going to have the power of the community to decide how knowledge should be shaped for that specific problem you're trying to solve. So the community side and like the impact and scale of what Wikidata has arrived to is just amazing. So that would be my suggestion, like not try to give up and try to build something else on a different database, because it will be harder. Wikidata is what it is because of the community, and that is definitely value being a part of that.
100%. Now we've talked a lot about your projects, and I'm sure some people are excited about your particular project. What's something they can do to help you? Maybe Friedrich, you want to start?
Yeah, I have to refer to Brenna and Johan again. We're actively testing this new tool called the Polyloom, loom.everypolitician.org. Stick around for an hour, see what it does, and then help us, give us feedback, send us like your complaints, your thoughts, your ideas. Maybe if you want, the whole thing is of course open source, so adapt it for other sort of like Wikidata feeding purposes. I think it could be really cool.
Jan, do you want to continue?
Yes, I mean, there's so much to do. So I think if you just take a look at like your local context, is the municipality or the province you're living in well represented on Wikidata? Just have, or maybe you interacted with the social security thing agency because you were getting parental leave or something, and you know the way around their website, like those things, like what you already kind of know or like have a sense for, is this correct or not, and then take a look at Wikidata. Is that already there or not? And sometimes it's not, so just improve that little part, and if we all do that, that will be splendid.
Yeah, for us it would be to add your own country, because I mean, I started the project, I'm from Germany, so it's still quite centristic about Germany, the neighboring countries, English-speaking countries. So it would be amazing to have countries there, and it's for Cividata two-step process. So on the one hand, just to understand the country. So in the Wiki project, we have country pages where we just try to list, okay, in that country, there are those kind of NGOs, those kind of properties and things like that. And in the second step, adding financial data and having a listing on Cividata. So if there is somebody from a country not listed yet or interested in improving the countries already listed, that would be amazing.
In our case, if you're from Brazil, you can read our reports. You can also be part of the movement and check facts, or do anything else. Like we have volunteers, like we have like developers as volunteers. We have journalists as volunteers. So we have also someone from like a biology background that just like to do a specific sort of fact-checking like guidance on how we should check a few topics. So I think there is room for like a lot of skill sets. And if you're not from Brazil, I would say that we are open source. You can play around with it if you want to. If you think that it can be, there is a community on your country that could benefit from that, I'll be happy to engage with. And yeah, that we don't have today a documentation about what we care on Wikidata that can improve our tooling. I think that's something that we can do in the future, like knowing exactly how to contribute in a way that you can impact and improve, I don't know, like misinformation, disinformation triage, or even how personalities are linked in the platform. I think we can do that in the future, but I would say like these are the main ways of contribution to our project.
Excellent. We have about 3 minutes left, and I have one last question for you guys. We talked a lot about your projects. Do you have now is your chance to name drop some other cool Wikidata powered projects that you think are cool? Do you have any that people should check out?
Maybe I'm a politics nerd. I'm a big fan of GovDirectory. I also think that Open Parliament TV is amazing. So throwing out kudos to those.
And we had a couple of talks about Scholia yesterday, and I want to like drop them in again here, because even though that was created for academics, if you plug in a Swedish politician, it will actually look quite interesting, since there's so many parliamentarian documents in there. So like every motion or proposition they have signed connects them together in the net. You can see who's working with who.
Now I forgot the URL. I'm searching, but I have not enough time. Done by also two Germans. A cool art project where you can look into the different museums in your area and to have a kind of a museum finder based on Wikidata. I'm searching for the URL. I was prepared when we talked about it, and I forgot it.
Oh, good. If you find it, put a URL in the chat. Cool. Matthias, how about you?
I want to talk about a project I want to bring more to the Wikimedia movement, because they use MediaWiki and they are called Wiki Favelas in Brazil. And they did an amazing work like mapping, during the pandemic, they did an amazing work mapping places where people could get donations and like medicine in the favelas, which was amazing. And there a lot of stuff that they did could be on Wikidata, could be on wikis. I tried every time connect with them somehow. But if you know a project like that, I think if you know a project could be on Wikidata, I think it's also a good thing to engage with.
Thank you so much, guys. That was great. Audience, do check out these projects if you're not familiar with them already. If you have more questions, as Alan said, please put them in the Etherpad, and we all can take some time to answer some more questions in the Etherpad now that we're out of time for this session. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Thanks for inviting us.
Yeah, thank you, Lydia.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for the wonderful projects and contributing to the good of humanity using Wikidata. And also big thank you to Lydia for moderating and facilitating the wonderful session. Next up, we have a very interesting project that going to be presented by my colleague, Philip. The topic is Wikidata MCP, exploring Wikidata of AI. This is very interesting for me because I've also been using AI agents, personal projects very recently, and I'm sure Philip is going to have very great insights for everyone. Philip, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Okay, let me share my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay, I assume yes.
Yes, you can see.
Okay, perfect. So yes, hi, my name is Philippe. I'm the AI project manager at Wikimedia Deutschland. And yes, I will be presenting the Wikidata MCP, or Model Context Protocol, which is basically a new way to connect AI clients to Wikidata's data. So Model Context Protocol, just a quick introduction. It's basically a standardized way to provide AI clients with tools, basically functionalities that you define yourself, that provides the AI model access to external resources, APIs, files, databases, or any type of functionality that you develop. So for example, here we have a really simple MCP of a weather MCP. It takes in a location and a date from the AI and provides it with temperature. So then the AI model can make use of that information and respond to the user accordingly. So since MCPs are standardized, they're really easy to set up with any AI client that supports basically tool calling or MCPs. So in the case of the Wikidata MCP, it provides access to Wikidata's data, to the Wikidata API directly, to the Sparkle query service, and to the Wikidata vector database. So I wanted to do like a quick introduction to the Wikidata vector database to understand the relevance of it in the MCP. So the vector database, part of the Wikidata embedding project, basically provides AI models access to Wikidata's data. And it does so by improving accessibility of Wikidata by enabling semantic search. And it encourages the open source AI community to build projects with Wikidata. So we're all familiar with the knowledge graph behind Wikidata. It's structured, it has explicit connections of the data, whereas the vector database is unstructured and have disconnected data. In this case, the knowledge graph is used for explanations for precise retrieval of information, whereas the vector database is more used for exploration for similarity search or semantic search. Knowledge graphs have human-defined relationships in the data, whereas vector databases have machine learned mapping of the information. So what does machine learned mapping means? To understand this, I wanted to go through how we set up the vector database. So we take each item from Wikidata. For example, here we have orange, the fruit. We pass it through a large language model, which will then transform it into a vector, which we can then consider as like a mapping or coordinate of this information into our vector database. And the coordinate basically takes into consideration the context or the meaning behind the item. So after transforming all of our data on Wikidata into vectors and adding them to the vector database, we can see that our data creates clusters based on the context or the meaning. So orange, the fruit, gets clustered with other fruits, whereas orange, the color, even though they have the same label, it's far away from that cluster, clustered with other colors. So after creating the vector database, we can then perform semantic search. And the way it works, we take basically a query from the user, either a question or a statement in natural language. We also pass that through the large language model, which will then map it to our vector database. And after mapping it, we look into the surrounding items that are from Wikidata and return them to the user as a result of the semantic search. And basically, those items capture the context or meaning similarly to the query. So they can either answer the question or lead the user to somewhere on Wikidata that might answer the question for further research. So to understand better vector search, I wanted to compare it with keyword search and Sparkle, which we're familiar with. So keyword search and Sparkle are both very precise because they do exactly what we expect. Whereas vector search can be a bit loosey, it might provide you with items that are not as relevant to what you're looking for. However, with this loosiness comes a wider scope of vector search, because in that case, it can be used for discovery, for exploration, for maybe finding items that are relevant to your research, but you might have not thought of while you're doing your research. Whereas keyword search has a narrow scope because it's only used to find items that you already know of, that you're trying to look for. Sparkle has a wider scope because of all the functionalities that it can provide. In terms of ambiguity, vector search can handle ambiguity because it takes into consideration the context of what you're looking for. Whereas keyword search struggles with ambiguity because it may find you items that have similar labels, for example, but completely different meaning. With Sparkle, you can handle ambiguity by adding more filters to the query. The one thing that Sparkle struggles with is its syntax, its user-friendliness. It's hard to write, and you need to understand not only the syntax, but also how Wikidata connects together in a certain domain, and all of the identifiers that you need to be able to write a proper Sparkle query. In comparison, you have vector search and keyword search. They're user-friendly because they have natural language interfaces. So this is where the Wikidata MCP comes in. It combines the discovery, the exploration aspects of vector search with the precision of Sparkle. So these are the tools that are currently supported in the MCP. We have item search, which combines keyword search with vector search and returns Wikidata items. So for example, here, if we search for Nobel Prize in Physics, keyword search gives you exactly the item you're looking for, whereas vector search, in this case, it provides you Nobel Prize in Physics and also examples of physicists who have won the Nobel Prize. So for example, Neville Francis Mott. We have property search, which is the same exact thing as item search, but returns to you Wikidata properties. So if you search for a word received, keyword search gives you exactly that. And vector search on top of that gives you also example of properties that might be similar to a word received. So nominated for and winner. There's get entity claims, which takes in an item from Wikidata. So for example, here we have Neville Francis Mott, and it returns to you all the statements that are connected to this item. So in this case, we get a sex or gender, place of birth, and we can see also here award received, Nobel Prize in Physics. We get claim values, which is basically like an extension of get entity claims. But in this case, it gives you, on top of that, deprecated values, which are not included in get entity claims, as well as references. So it takes in an item and a property, so Neville Francis Mott and a word received. We can see here that we have the same exact statement that we saw earlier, but included a reference. So here it's connected to the official Nobel Prize website. And finally, we have execute Sparkle, which takes in a generated Sparkle and executes it and returns either the results or an error message if that occurs. So we saw that the MCP is standardized and it's very easy to set up. This is like a quick example using Claude, how we can set it up. As you can see, it's super easy. You just go to connectors and settings, you add a connector, and make sure to add this URL right here and /MCP for a remote MCP server URL. So after you add that, you can simply enable the MCP in the chat, and then Claude can make use of the tools that we provided earlier whenever it sees fit. You may also have noticed that the Wikidata MCP has read-only access. And this is for multiple reasons. One being to avoid spamming of unverified information. Another is to avoid bias injection and loss of diversity, and to avoid model collapse. Model collapse is basically what happens when we train AI models with generated content, and if we do so recursively. And if we do that, basically we get model collapse, which where the model generates unuseful information or data that is distorted, basically. So here I included visualization of model collapse, and I did it with image generation because it's just easier to see. And we can see at the end it generates the same image with like distortions and not very useful. And this is because regardless of how complex the AI model is, there's always an amount of error between the training data and the generated content. So if we keep on training with the generated content, the errors keep on accumulating and accumulating until the AI model becomes completely useless. And in this example right here, we can also see how we lose diversity with generated content. We can see the difference in diversity between the training data and even the first generation, not only the other ones. Because also, regardless of how complex the AI model is, at the end of the day, there is some type of averaging of the information that is found in the training data. So this averaging, while we're doing this averaging, we lose some information that is not as popular or popularly found in the training data. So if you want to make use of the MCP, I suggest you prompt the LLM to follow a particular workflow to make sure that it generates proper Sparkle queries. So I personally start off with a discovery step where it uses the search tools, vector search, keyword search on items and properties to find items and properties that are useful to generating the query. And then after that, I use an exploration step where it uses the get entity claims and get claim values to find in a certain domain how items are connected together in Wikidata. And after doing so, after gathering all the information and making sure all the information that we need, we have them, then we can generate a Sparkle query. We can test it out and then verify if the results are satisfactory, if they make sense. If they are, then we're done. If we're not, then we keep on repeating all of these steps until we find a Sparkle query that is satisfactory. So I wanted to share like a quick example of what it will look like when we make use of the MCP. So here I asked Claude to write a Sparkle query for Wikidata to find all planets that have more than 2 moons. And this is without the MCP. I noticed that it used instance of planet, and it used the correct QIDs. And but for example, here instance of planet, it used a direct connection rather than looking at the hierarchical topology, so it wasn't enough. Also, it used Earth's moon to classify moons, where this is not fully accurate because this QID is only for Earth moon and not all moons. However, when we used the MCP, I prompted Claude with the same prompt, but also included the workflow that I explained earlier. We can see that it followed these steps. There are more steps in there that it included, and it tested out multiple Sparkle queries, but just for visualization purposes, I just included the steps that are relevant. So it first searched for planet with the vector search, and it found Earth and Jupiter as examples. Then it used keyword search with natural satellite to find this QID. It got the entity claims of Earth and found that it's an instance of planet and has a child astronomical body moon. It did the same thing with Jupiter and found a child astronomical body of Io. And then got the statements of Io basically and found that it's instance of a planetary moon. So it made use of planetary moon instead of moon to classify moons. And it used planet to classify planets. And it also added the hierarchical instance of and subclass of statement right here to make sure that it's not just the direct connections. I believe it tested 2 Sparkle queries, and that was the last one, which it found that it was satisfactory and gave good results. So some use cases of the MCP. We have Sparkle generation, which we just saw an example of. There's question answering, which is kind of like the same exact thing, but providing the user with answers instead of Sparkle queries. We have cross-database integration, because we all know that Wikidata is connected to a lot of external databases. So it could be considered as like a hub connecting all this information into one. We have fact-checking, particularly when using the references that are found on Wikidata. And finally, we have a continuous research conversation, allowing the user to do follow-up questions and ongoing exploration as it's making use of the MCP. So if you want to learn more about the MCP, you can scan this QR code right here. And if you want to try it out, you can find more information on how to connect it in this project page. And you can make use of this URL right here. And if you have any suggestions on what to include in terms of tools or any additional updates that we can add, feel free to add them in the discussion page. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you, Philip, for the wonderful project and update to everyone. Yes, very impressive.
Keep it here.
Quote from Friedrich that this is a very impressive project. Now let's open the session to our participants here. If they have any questions or comments, please feel free to raise your hands. And I see there's 2 hands that's raised. Let me just scroll and find. Ilan HR? Okay, Ilan HR, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes. Hi. Very interesting presentation. I'm curious. How are you evaluating the items embeddings? And I guess a follow-up is, how do you see this being used for fact checking rather than just item or property retrieval?
Yeah, good question. For evaluation, basically the vector database completely different projects for semantic search on Wikidata. And we wanted to make it more of general purpose rather than like a specific use case. And that's why for evaluation, we gathered some different data sets that are found online. One interesting one is called Mintaka, which is basically question answering pair, and all of them are connected to Wikidata. So basically we created the vector database, and then we queried the vector database with these questions and checked that the responses from the vector database are similar to the correct responses that are in the data set. That's one quick example. And there are examples with named entity recognition, for example, and another one that I forgot, but different use cases other than just question answering. And you had another follow-up question. Can you repeat that?
Oh, yeah. So I was curious how you envision the item embeddings being used for fact-checking.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm currently actually testing that out. So I don't have like a full-on, yes, this is how it works. But currently what I'm doing is I'm using the vector search to find items that are, like, given a claim, I search the vector database to find items that are relevant. I search for properties that are relevant, use those two lists to then find statements that are relevant. And then this wouldn't be enough, because this is like the results wouldn't be, it's a little bit loosey, so it's not very correct with the vector search. So then I would need another step, which uses an NLI model, which is like a fact-checking LLM that takes in the claim, takes in the statement from Wikidata, and just tells me if the claim aligns with the statement on Wikidata, if it contradicts it, or if it's not relevant at all. So, so this is something I'm currently trying and checking if it's accurate or not.
Thank you, Philip. Daniel has also raised his hands. Daniel?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation. I was very much looking forward to it. And on Friday, I was presenting a use case where I would like to use this tooling. We are building big Wikibase suite instances, which are kind of staging areas for Wikidata, where either we are not sure of a named entity resolution, disambiguation, or we have pictures that we want to send to commons, but we need to figure out the rights clearance and these kind of things. And we would like to use vectorization, and I'm wondering that the tooling that you are mentioning here, if I'm not mistaken, DataStax. So would it be easy and possible to replicate this in a Wikibase suite that is very similarly set up to Wikidata with like themes and everything? So how do you see that, the replicability of this in a Wikibase suite?
So for the upcoming year, we do have a plan to develop extensions of the MCP itself to Wikibase instances. But our current plans rely on just keyword search for the MCP rather than the vector search. So hopefully that works out and you can make use of that. In terms of the vector database itself, we don't have currently an extension to like a one-click create the vector database. We hope that our next plans include like some type of documentation or an extension where you can create that yourself. But it should be possible with if you want to make use of like open source technologies, you should like it's very possible to switch to vector databases that are infrastructures that are open source and available. Yeah, currently with the code that I have, it needs a little bit of tweaking to be able to make that switch, but hopefully in the future we make it easier to create that.
Thank you, Philip. We have questions in the chat. Let me just read out from Chris Baum. Ask, have you compared the results to spinach?
Yeah, that's very interesting. I am currently like testing out the difference between spinach and what I can do with. I mean, currently I'm using Claude. Of course, it makes a huge difference what AI client you're using. What I like about this is that you can like the follow-up is way easier. You can correct the AI model, and then like you can kind of together create a proper Sparkle query. And in terms of this, you have a bit more control of like the functionalities that you include. For example, one thing that like every AI client struggled with is normalized quantities. So that's something that I'm including in the generate Sparkle description to help the AI model know how to filter on quantities, for example, by normalizing them. And I noticed that spinach is struggling with that, for example. Yeah, I'm not sure what other example I can give, but yeah, that's basically what I'm thinking about.
Thank you, Philip. We have also another question in the chat by F. Nielsen asking, does your MCP code support other wiki bases?
Yeah, that's what I just shared. That in the next year or so, we hope to create extensions for that.
That's wonderful. We have also a comment by Alex saying that, by the way, the GitHub Grok desktop is also a great client that can also use MCP. And Lucas asked a question, what is the license of the MCP code? I don't see a license file at the GitHub link.
Yeah, there's no, maybe I didn't add the license. You can find it on the project page, I believe, if that's the correct one. But it's open source. You can feel free to make use of it. I'll just add the license after this. Yeah.
Thank you. Just let me jump straight to a question by John Samuel. It's a related question to F. Nielsen asking, is it easy to build an MCP for Wikibases using the code for Wikidata?
That I will have to explore in the next year. I'm not sure yet because I've been working closely with Wikidata and not Wikibase instances. So yeah, I wouldn't know how to answer this.
Thank you. And Ellen HR also asked, what also are the latest embeddings available for download somewhere?
We're working on that as well. We want to make it possible to download all the embeddings that we created. It's going to take a little bit of time because of all the like upload speed of because it's around like I believe it could be around like 700 to 1 terabyte gigabyte, 700 gigabytes to 1 terabyte. And also we're looking into what that means legally in terms of like EU standards with publishing generated content.
Ooh, I think that's all we have the questions, and there's a lot of comments which we will put into the Etherpad. So, oh, there's one last question, just nice, from Ian, asking, is there a QR tool for the Wikimedia colors like the one on screen?
I don't know which online tool that I use, but yeah, there are like QR code generators that like you can add colors to them. So yeah.
Thank you.
I would
Thank you,
share it
Philip.
if I had it.
Thank you everyone for the wonderful questions and very engaging. Also a big thank you to Philip for working on this project. For those who do not know, actually Philip has been working on this most of the time alone by himself. So it's really a great effort and an amazing effort as well. So thank you, Philip. Any further questions or comments, feel free to put into the Etherpad. Right now, we will move into the next session, which is the session title is Polyloom, Verification First AI for Political Data in Wikidata by Brenna and Johan. And this is a panel discussion style with 45 minutes. So may I invite Brenna or Johan if you are here in the Gypsy room?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Ah, yes, we can hear you. Yeah. And if you be so kind as to share your screen for presentation.
There you go.
Great. All right. Can everyone hear me?
Yes. We can hear you. Just waiting for the screen the presentation screen to load. Yes, we can see it.
You can see my screen? That's wonderful.
Yes, we can see. Just take it away.
Cool. So hi, everyone. Johan and I want to show you Polyloom, which is a verification first AI experiment that we've been working on for a while. Johan really taking the lead on making this thing. I'm the lead for community and customer success over at Open Sanctions. If you guys have been around for, I think, about an hour, you might have seen Friedrich, my boss, over at Open Sanctions, talking a bit. Yeah, so we want to kind of go over what Polyloom is, why we think it's important, how it works, some cool things we might show about the live demo of kind of what we're doing. Yeah, so yeah, let's see. So we're representing Open Sanctions, sorry. Johan has considered me the mastermind here. I think that is very, very generous of a title since he has put in so much work on this. But this is something that he has been working on and we have been collaborating together to show you guys. We think it might be something that can really help not just us at Open Sanctions with the data that we're pulling in, but also the Wikidata community. Yeah, so the reason that we started this is that we, at Open Sanctions, we have data on sanctions, risk, relevant people, politically exposed persons, watch lists, and we find that there's a lot of kind of missing bits of information that, although Wikidata might have those entities there are certain candidate statements about politicians that are in Wikipedia that should come over to Wikidata, but it's kind of a process that takes a bit of time. So instead of having it be something where you see that there is something missing and you bring it over, you edit, you push it to it, what we want to do is make edits that are verified by AI pulling it to us and having an actual person then confirming if the information is correct. So the data that we see is there, but it's just a matter of pulling it into the right place for Wikidata to be updated correctly. Yeah, let's see. We changed a bit of this slideshow just a few minutes ago as well. So right now, I know the main thing that we're looking at is pulling things from Wikipedia, but we're looking at maybe other places that we could grab this data and pull it in as well. I think maybe we should show you some of this. We want to do a live demo to show you kind of how this works in its entirety. But before we go on a bit more about it, I think it might be good if we show you how it looks, what it works. It might be easier and more exciting than just hearing my voice and looking at a slideshow.
All right.
Johan, do you want to pull that up?
I'll take it over and let's be real. Well, here we go. It's white. So this is the tool. This is Polyloom. And it's all built around the login system of MediaWiki. So you can log in with your existing wiki account. And there we go. We got some data. And this is basically, we get proposed a politician. I hope that everybody can read this. I can zoom in a bit maybe. We get proposed a politician with the current in Wikidata, the properties that are there, and new information that we extracted in this case from the Dutch Wikipedia. And here the statement, the origin of the statement is highlighted in the archived webpage. So this webpage has been archived. And we can kind of see that we found in June 2024. So the AI proposes here that, hey, this existing like link that is there, we found it as June, and in Wikidata there is like only the year. So do you want to like update this? We can say like, yes, we want to update that. And we can then say also like, hey, we want to deprecate an existing statement here. And then this tool will warn us like, hey, you're deprecating an existing statement. So do you want to do that? Is basically the question. Well, I'm not going to submit anything now, although I can submit this actually. And when we submit, we get a new politician with new information that we extracted. So here we can see that we found that from 2019 she was a counselor in Deurne, and this in Wiki, and from 2024 also in Antwerp. So we get like these little statements, and in this case we found political positions twice, but we extract citizenships, birthplaces, birth and death dates, and we don't have to confirm or discard here. We can just skip and get new people. So here we can see this highlighting going on. Whenever I hover one of these extracted statements, I get instantly shown in the right panel, the archive page. I get to see the source statement that this data is from. So that's basically the short little explanation. Let's go back to the slides. So our solution, well, that was it. Yeah, it's a simple infrastructure, and that proposes edits. And we have a couple principles there, and those principles are like, it's great to use AI, but we're not going to push any generated information into Wikidata. We want to be able to take the grunt work, take the boring stuff, automate that, propose edits, and then have the human decide. We want to be able to cite this stuff to say like, here, this is where it comes from, for two reasons. One is to kind of force people to actually verify, to make it very easy for them to verify, and to make sure that the origin data is there. And we want to have this whole pipeline to be transparent and public. We want to have all artifacts to be public. Brenna, I'll pass it back to you.
Sure. What do I want to say on this? Yeah, so we, as you saw, like having the proposed side by side, I think I come from the open data community with OpenStreetMap and Mapillary, if any of you are familiar with that. And this is something that I was really excited for Open Sanctions to start looking at, especially with the open data, the Wikidata that had areas of improvement that Johan has just solved, which is amazing. This ability for you to have this put right in front of you and use it almost like a gamification system is, I don't know, to me it kind of just tickles all the right places. Yeah, it really is something that it's one of those things that you can really put very little effort into and get a lot out of. I'm not really sure how else to word it, but yeah, I think maybe next slide as well. Yeah, so I can talk a bit more about like why this was important to us in the beginning, why we wanted to start this. And that's basically that we really wanted to find clearer roles and terms and dates with fewer mistaken links. We want to make sure that this is something that can grow, and we can look at doing more than just, I mean, we're working on politicians now because it's important for us for our data. But this has the ability for us to open this up for other facets of Wikidata that might have some areas of improvement that we can pull. So, yes. We wrote so much on these slides.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that I really want to make sure that everyone can get excited about, because even though this is something that we started off for our own use, I think this has the ability to really, really simplify a lot of processes that are to pull the right kind of data in for what you're looking for. What are you doing, Johan?
I'm sharing slides.
Yes.
So yeah, we want to focus on places where coverage now is thin, and we'll come back to that in the technical section also. So what does good data look like to us? Sorry for taking over, Brenna.
Oh, go ahead.
Like it's we want to know who is politician, where, when, and we want to have sources for that. So we want to have a faster time when there's elections or things get reshuffled. We want to be able to very quickly reflect that in the common data. And this will hopefully lead to fewer ambiguous matches in our use or your use. There's some safeguards, like we show always the archived sources. Anything is in our database, and we can share that, and it's all traceable. So basically, Open Sanctions wants to contribute back is the gist of it. So how does this work? And we've been talking about embeddings before. Well, they are a part of it, obviously. The architecture is basically a little API that takes in data, all this data, and this little GUI that we just showed. This API takes the Wikidata dumps, the entity dumps, and it takes the Wikipedia pages and the government portals, and passes all this around to extract statements with language models. So this GUI I just showed you, I tried for it to be as user-friendly as possible. You log in with the MediaWiki system. That's for two reasons. A, you don't have to create an account with us. We don't have any of your data. We just have an ID for the Wikidata system. And B, you insert, when I submit these things in the little GUI, I insert those under my own account into Wikidata. So we use your login to kind of push data on your behalf, or you're basically pushing data on your behalf. And we want to highlight as much as we can. We want to make this evaluation as simple as possible. So extracting statements, how do we do that? Well, we do two things actually. Like when I showed you the demo, you could see that we had these little positions on the left that is existing positions in Wikidata. So first we extract some information from these pages, from these arbitrary web pages, and then we kind of reconcile this with existing data points. So first step is we extract strings, just text from documents. Two is that we search for these matching like entities, like, hey, the Brussels mayor, is that the same as the mayor of Brussels? Stuff like that. And three is like we have a language model reconcile this stuff. So you should think in the searching part is like where we use, for positions, we use embedding search or vector search, depending on how you want to semantic search, depending on how you want to call it. Just like in the presentation before, we use the same principle. For things that are names like birthplaces, countries, people, we use trigram-based search, so more like text fuzzy matching is what people call it. We take the topmost so many results, and we pass that to an LLM, and we say, please, LLM, please give us the right result. That is basically what happens there. So here's a short example. We say like we extract a string together with like this little proof line, this little quote, and that can be the member of the Saarbrücken City Council. And we search for matches, and this semantic search, the beauty of semantic search is that it doesn't really care about letters. It cares more about semantic concepts. So you'll get back, depending on the model you use, you can get back like a very different language, exactly the thing you were talking about. So the Mitglied der Regionalversammlung Saarbrücken is what we were just talking about, is the member of the Saarbrücken City Council, if the model is correct, which in this case, I hope so. So we have this reconciliation step. After that, we get all these matching entities. I take the top 100 in this case, I believe, or the top 70. I'm not completely sure. And I say like, hey, this is like the source string we got, including like a part of the document where this was found, this statement. And here you have these matching entities that we found. And like I take from the Wikidata dump, I take like all sort of like things that I find positions in this case that are interesting, which is basically every position with a couple branches blocked off, which is a different talk. But we take like all the sort of part of relationships, instance of relationships, subclass of relationships, and the descriptions and stuff like that to create a little description for every entity. And basically we ask the LLM like, hey, we have this source text, these entities with these descriptions, which of these might be the thing we're interested in? And if none, just return none. And for this, we use a lot of the structured data API. So the model is constrained to only giving us back the data we want, and is therefore only doing a sort of a confidence interval over these sort of constrained set of tokens. But that might go a bit too deep. So anyway, great like statements, we extract them, but from where do we extract these statements, you know? Where do they come from? Well, right now I started with the Wikidata links because mostly it's simple to do. There's a lot of Wikipedia links linked to politicians in Wikidata already. So it's data that I can take in and kind of like use. So yes, great. But we're adding support for government portals. We have a humongous list shared to us by friendly people of all the government portals. I think Gov Directory guy, sorry, I forgot your name, but thank you so much also for the work you do. It's great. Stuff like this is sources that we use to generate like these lists. And we're generating web scrapers for this, or at least that's the plan. I'm not going to make a scraper for every source. So we have like a way of generating web scrapers and being able to rescrape pages on that behalf, on that way. So what am I figuring out of what we are figuring out, basically, what we're talking about, what is it we're doing now? Is basically filtering and sorting. Like, yeah, we have all this data. I think there's 600,000 people in the database right now. And who do you look at first? Like, who do you want to look at first as an editor or as a evaluator? Who should we show? Do you want to see the newest people? Or do you want to see the people that have the least known information currently? That's a big question. Like, how do we prioritize? And the next question is kind of like very similar. Like, how do we take these like this humongous list of people, and how do we make them into like little bite-sized chunks that you can kind of like sit down and be like, okay, now I'm gonna do like Uganda, and I'm gonna do the lower government in I don't know. So we're thinking about grouping this stuff into tiers of government, making it possible to have these little campaigns that you can do for a bit. So yeah, Brenna, I want to pass it back to you. Like, why does all of this matter? Brenna, why?
It's a very good question. Yeah, so we recognize that there is a need that with this, hopefully we can meet a bit. There's filling in these gaps can make it a little easier for people that are doing research or journalism to access things that instead of having to look in different sources, we can get everything kind of consolidated in one place. Yes. Yeah, actually, can you talk on that one a bit more? I think you could probably explain it a bit better than I can.
Complete picture of this one, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can. The data in Wikidata right now is quite spotty. Like for some countries there's a lot. For other countries there's very little. So I think like if we want to have like a nice complete picture and not have like, for example, English speaking countries overrepresented and stuff like that, like we'll have to kind of like make it easy for people to get the data in, and also have that be something that we kind of like offer them, you know, instead of people having to go out and searching for it themselves. So that's also where we have this like your role, what can you do? Like we make it possible to filter by language and country, so you can evaluate things for your own country and jurisdiction. And all the data that we get in, all these like little these discards and approve buttons, every little button press, we can use to improve the models that we use for this extraction. So yeah, that's great. And also you can help us, tell us what to prioritize next, because this tool is in very active development. We've been working on this hard. This principle that we're using here is well, quite generalizable. So like yeah, like, and also we are thinking a lot about gamification here, because it can be really a thing that you do on the toilet, you know. Do a couple of them, like do a couple of them and get some like society points or whatever you want to call it. Like, it's something that
that's
yeah.
something that I would really love if anyone here has an interest in that as well. Something that I'd love to see on this to kind of just enhance contributions and get people a little bit more interested in it is if any of you have experience with gamifying things. That's something that I really love to do at the last places that I've worked, and I'd love to try to have Polyloom be that. Like, if we have rankings or scores or leaderboards or points, or maybe people that are higher up on giving us good data consistently, they can, I don't know, like be part of the process of approving certain contributions from new users. Like, there's so many things that we could do with this. And like, I don't want to start planning all of these grand things that maybe are too big for this project. But if there's any feedback that anyone has on how they might see this being interesting for themselves or their own communities or groups, would be really fantastic.
We've been thinking about loot boxes also.
Yeah.
I'm joking, of course. Yeah, so that's basically yeah, that's basically where we're at. And I would love to open up the discussion right now. If anybody has any sort of questions or any sort of like something to add here, I would love to hear your thoughts.
Could you also open it up and show the different way that you can select different languages and areas? I think that would be cool for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Like right now it's under these preferences here, and you can kind of say like, this also comes all from Wikidata. So all the languages, all the countries, all the links between these things and the politicians, like this whole tool only knows Wikidata. I'm thinking of moving this away from preferences and having the main page be more of a like, hey, what kind of like a mood are you in? Are you more into like German Bundestag mood, or are you more into like a very small local government in Pakistan mood or whatever? I don't know. So, but for now it's on the preferences here, but it will move in the future. Low resource language demo. Low resource demo. How difficult would it be to set this up for ministries? Extracting statements like when it was founded or dissolved. What is the title of the person leading it and who is holding that position? Well, that all depends on what is a ministry. Like, one of the big problems here in this like in defining what a politician is, or defining what a political position is, because not every position in Wikidata is a political position per se. It's also like religious positions are in there. There's like titles in there that people got because they are like royal, stuff like that. Another thing is, what are birthplaces? You might think it's very simple, but there is like a geographical entity which is at the base of everything. Like, what can be a birthplace is then the question you should ask, and that is a hard question to answer. If you want to see, I have like a GitHub issue with like how many politicians were born in every like subclass of geographical entity. There's a GitHub issue for that in the repo. There you can see that there's a lot of subclasses of geographical entity where people are born, like abstract entity, for example. There is somebody born there. So what is a ministry? That is the hard question. I hope I answer your question with that. Like, other than that, the technical challenge is kind of solved with this tool. So if you have data where you know there is information on it, and you have a clear definition of what Wikidata classes are, sort of like ministries, yeah, then how difficult is it to add more sources? Well, right now we are working with a subclass of a list that was shared with me, and those I am writing scrapers for, and I'm doing that in the way where I pass these sources into a language model and have it kind of like create a schema to use to be able to extract information from this source. This is something I'm experimenting with, and this is something that is not in there at the moment yet, but this is coming. And I want this logic to be generalizable in the sense that I can pass in any sort of like index page or any sort of like detail page and get back structured information that can be evaluated. Yeah, that's the answer there. Are arbitrary wiki-based statements currently testable? The techniques described seem fairly domain agnostic. Is there a technical requirement that the claim on the left being evaluated be provided in a structured format? I am afraid that I don't completely understand your question, but yes, these techniques are fairly domain agnostic. It is, again, the hard thing is defining the domain. Like, I think the hardest thing I'm doing here is defining what is part of the political data domain and how I map that onto the Wikidata domain. So it's a problem of definition. But these techniques are you can use them for anything, honestly. Any other questions? Maybe somebody wants to chip in?
That's a question.
Do you think government... Oh,
sorry.
Sorry? Jennifer, do you think government sources or third-party sources are better? This is an active thought that I had before. Like, do you give some weight to sources? I think it's probably a good idea to do so. And I think probably, like, if you have official government sources, it would make a lot of sense to give them a higher weight than any Wikipedia or whatever. Because there's quite often also a mismatch between Wikidata and Wikipedia. And then I have no idea which is the correct data. But when a government is publishing something, I can have like a bit of a higher confidence that that this data is correct. Still, the government also regularly publishes incorrect information, but that's yeah. At least I would say you could weigh it a bit more, a bit heavier. Mobile. I'm working on a mobile interface actually. It's I have a good idea on how to do it. It's just often very narrative. Yeah, it depends really on the government source. Like I've looked at a lot of lower governments also for Holland, where I'm originally from, and there they publish a ton of information, but none of it contains actual information. Like it's more like look how happy the local neighborhood is doing, you know, without any sort of like. So it's also identifying pages that contain actual information on politicians is, I think, the hardest problem to automate. That is also with a set of curated links. In the future, I would love to have some sort of way where you can just drop in a link, but that we're not there yet. Out of curiosity, what sort of throughput are you seeing processing sources in this manner? Is the bottleneck to scaling up LLM inference source scraping, or just making sure that the quality is good enough to be useful for raters? The bottleneck right now is, I would say, the LLM API. Like we are using third-party inference providers, and they have a bottleneck in the sense that they have a rate limit. So this is just bottlenecked by how fast you can scrape the internet, which is extremely fast. So I think we would need like thousands of people before we run into any sort of like real issues there. I think like right now this should handle like quite a couple people. Would we go over that limit, we have to move some more money into the direction of some model inference provider. But other than that, it's nothing crazy there. Like what I can say now, what maybe is interesting is that for some politicians there is like lots of Wikipedia pages. Think of Barack Obama or something. He has like 100 and something Wikipedia pages out there. What we try to do is take the 3 most probable pages where information on him might occur. And right now I do that by mapping his like citizenship, if I have it, to spoken languages, because that's also a property in Wikidata. And based on those, I look at the spoken languages in those countries. I look which ones are like most represented there, which ones are the biggest, and I take those languages. Oh yeah, that's also nice to say, like the whole development of this tool is all in the open. So you can check the Open Sanctions Discuss, where we develop this thing in the open. And there you can also give us feedback, give us directions, questions. Feel free to contribute whatever. All the code is on GitHub. Also, all the issues are on GitHub. Please test out this tool. Please play with it. If you run into anything, please let us know.
Yeah, if there's anyone that really finds that this is something that they want to put a little bit of time in and test it out and give us feedback, I don't know if Friedrich wants me to approve this or not, but too bad. I will be happy to send you a little bit of swag from Open Sanctions, just as a thank you, because we would really love people to test this out and just give us a little bit more feedback from the community, since you guys really probably see some blind spots that we're missing.
Are you focusing on new data only, or also verifying and adding new sources to what Wikidata already has? For now, I'm focusing on new data only, but this is actually a super nice ID that you have there, Lydia. I think it would make a lot of sense to also add to existing data. If we find, for example, government portals that contain information that is already there, I think we should totally add that as a source. And I'm actually going to write that up right now. Any other questions? Anybody that can add here something here?
We have a question from Ilan. Does the tool provide a way to see all of the extracted claims from the source, or just the ones that match a structured fact? Testing, testing.
Nah, we have no time frames specified. So it's something where we don't know the time. We still have the position. It's just this one little data point, because these time frames, this is a qualifier of the original like has position as position statement. Yeah, maybe we can take in all the references that end in .gov. That might be a good idea. Anything else that I can say? Yeah, also all this discarding and stuff, it's all soft delete. So in the background, we never really delete data. Also, when we discard something from Wikidata, that's all what's it called? Deprecation. So it's quite a friendly sort of discard strategy. Like something I'd love to do is take this little like start page and have it ask you like, hey, what ministry, what language, what are you interested in today? And have also a little leaderboard, because we are keeping all these like little data points on what everybody clicked, so we can show a beautiful little leaderboard of were your edits actually still in Wikidata like 3 months later, you know, like did you actually contribute? There are different opinions in the community. The tension between generic, quote unquote, and specific positions. I, for example, don't like to add generic statements like mayor of a place in Belgium, whereas others think it's too much data to add a position for each organization. This is not really resolved yet, as far as I know. Well, my 2 cents is please keep things specific. Please keep things specific, because with your like generalizations, there is so many generalizations you can make about the mayor of Brussels. Like, yes, it's a place in Belgium, it's a place in Europe, it's a place, you know, everywhere. And mayor might also be, you can also generalize mayor. Why do you say a specific measure? Also, using these models, these embedding models, to search for semantically similar information, you're kind of making that very hard if you have a lot of generalized knowledge in there. So, yeah, member of the Senate. Yeah, that's a good question. Like, I don't have all the answers, but I would say mayor of a place in Belgium, I personally don't really like. To me, it feels like polluting your data set, honestly. But I'm not a data person necessarily, so I don't know what the best approach is. Let's see, did we get everything here?
Okay.
Generating descriptions from properties is clever.
Interesting.
Yeah. The ordinal until by the first. Yeah, we can have a discussion about whether we should generalize statements on data here. If anybody has to add something smart on that, I would love to hear it also. I would say if there's anything you take from this is like come help us, come click these buttons, make the system smarter, because everybody that anybody does will help us train these models in the direction of doing more of this better and more automatic. And yeah, I'm looking forward to pushing in arbitrary government pages. That's going to be the goal.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Johan. Thank you, Anna, for the wonderful session. It has been very engaging and also very insightful for everyone. Testing. Testing. Can you hear me? No, but
yeah, thank you. Thank you for having us. And
can the see people hear me? Testing.
See you next time.
I don't think they can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Hi. Yeah. Sorry, we had some technical issues here in the room, and now we are just back on track. So next up, we have a new participant in WikidataCon on the project called Smart Guide, Creating Immersive Personalized Experiences on top of Wikidata by Ian Dozal. Ian, if you'll be so kind, I see you in the room now. Would be so kind to share your screen so we can be sure that everything works fine.
Okay, hello everyone. Great evening. Hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you, Jan.
And now
Yes,
you can
we can see
also
your
see my screen, right?
Yep, fantastic. Take it away, Jan.
Amazing. So thank you everyone for joining this session and greetings from Prague. So my name is Jan Doležal, and I'm excited to share with you how Smart Guide is building immersive and personalized experiences on top of Wikidata. So especially if you are from the tourism sector, from cultural institutions, I hope this will provide some inspiration. But maybe let me start with a question. So when was the last time that you visited a museum, a tourist attraction, a city in a different country abroad, and you wish that you had a guide that spoke your language, that knew everything about the places you are visiting, and personalized a tour for you and was available every time you need it? Right? So that's actually what Smart Guide is exactly about. So Smart Guide is an AI-powered platform for digital travel guides and smart destination management that tourist destinations, museums, and cultural institutions use to show around their visitors and to engage them with stories. Today, there are over 2 million travelers using Smart Guide in more than 1,600 destinations worldwide. So the cultural institutions, they often have incredible knowledge, but it's very often kind of hidden, trapped in exhibits, texts, and PDFs or some live guides. And that does not match the expectations of the visitors that expect something much more immersive and engaging. Their attention span is shorter, and then many of these cultural institutions, they just were developing their apps to show their visitors around, but that does not work very well, and most of them fail. So at Smart Guide, we believe that people should not reinvent the wheel and rather build on top of what is available. So like Wikidata, and Wikidata provides the data, and we provide the technology to engage visitors. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to put it in the chat, and I will get back to that towards the end, unless there is something that, if there is something really important, then please shout out. Okay, so so the Smart Guide app, which you can actually download for free from the App Store, Play Store, to try it out. It turns every phone into an engaging personal guide, and it guides you independently outside of the crowds and tells you stories from local guides as you walk about the places that you visit, both outdoor in cities, but also inside when you go to museums, let's say, or galleries. So it's a guide in your pocket. And it uses heavily audio. So basically all the information you can read, but you can also listen to that in audio, which makes it much more engaging. You don't have to read anything. You basically just put your headphones on, and it's very natural, like when you have a guide talking to you. And we found out that travelers tend to consume 3 or 4 times more content when they can just listen as opposed to reading something. So they can get much deeper, and they actually don't have to look at the screen. They can really immerse in the environment, in the place they are visiting. And we can make it even more interactive with augmented reality, putting different objects, bringing it to life, quizzes or videos. And then Smart Guide takes care of all the operations, maintenance, unlike these traditional hardware audio guides that you may know from museums that require renting and cleaning, disinfecting, repairing, and so on. Charging, of course. So Wikidata already hosts millions of interesting structured facts about the cultural places and artwork and the heritage sites. But it's great open and machine readable format. But the travelers, they don't want data, right? They want experience, and the more immersive experience, the better. So that's why Smart Guide turns this structured data into narratives. And we combine the Wikidata with the user-generated content from now 6,000 human authors, and also some curated input and AI copywriting. So put all of these pieces together, just so that you get a sense of the difference. So when we talk about the Charles Bridge, which is one of the top sites in my hometown, Prague. So when a traveler interested to learn more about the Charles Bridge goes on Wikipedia, they will learn the facts, right? They will see on Wikipedia that if I read it, its construction started in 1357 under the auspices of King Charles IV and finished in the 15th century. Okay, but that's probably not the story you want to hear when you travel, right? So then when we look at the same place of interest in Smart Guide, so it says that the former Czech King Charles IV laid the first stone of the bridge precisely at 5:31 a.m. on July 9th, 1357, which is a superstitious man. The king was so into numerology and astrology that he chose this date because of its form 135797531. And then I could continue more about how they actually used the eggs in the mortar and so on, the local legends. So just to give you a sense of what Smart Guide takes as an input, and then what we like to have as the output for tourists. Now, when a human author creates any new place on Smart Guide, we use the OpenStreetMaps ID to identify the Wikidata available and pre-fill that. So we don't start from zero, and that really speeds up the work. So, of course, the human guide then usually completely rewrites the narrative about the place, and very often, most of the time, they have a better photograph of that place. But they don't have to deal with the meta tags and opening hours, address, and websites and stuff like that, right? And so that being linked to Wikidata helps us to keep it more up to date, and it really speeds up the boring part of the guide creation process. And then the human author can just basically load up all of this information, and then as they type in, automatically the text gets recorded by a text-to-speech. Then, of course, if they have a human audio, they can upload it easily as an MP3. They can quickly add translations using DeepL. We have a smart generator of routes that will optimize where people go. So basically, without any IT development, within a few moments, they have a professional guide. But then for the places where we do not have coverage from the 6,000 human authors that are already contributing to the platform, we developed a 3-layered AI copywriter. So, of course, we tried the naive GPT write me a story about some place, but that does not really work well. Of course, there is hallucination. There is lots of repetition then across places within the same, let's say, destination. So what we did is we basically, in the first layer of this machine, we look for the fact base. And Wikipedia is actually, and Wikidata is one of the preferred sources along with the official website of the tourism office. Then within these data points, we try to identify what is unique and interesting from a storytelling point of perspective. And then we also, if we don't find enough meat on the bone, then we rather stop and we say we don't know, than inventing some complete nonsense, which is very, Gen AI is very good in doing that, right? And it's difficult to make it say no, I don't have enough. I don't have enough meat to chew on. And only then, once we have this, we have these facts, we know we have enough, and we deduplicate it across the places in the destination, then we.
You are muted, Jan, sorry.
Jan, you're muted. Can you please unmute yourself? I think if probably accidentally muted.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, you are back. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I did not know. Maybe I could. So did you hear?
I think about 30 seconds ago.
Oh, okay. So what did I say? Was it did you hear when I explained the 3 layers of all 3 of them, or did it get interrupted before that?
Sorry, testing. Yes, we heard you in the first 1/3 of the 3-layer.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Anyway, so then so the first layer was just about collecting the fact base. Then the second layer, we will identify what is unique or what is interesting, and we deduplicate the fact base across different places throughout the destination, so that we avoid a repetition. And then we also check whether we have enough meat on the bone, so that if we don't have enough, we rather say stop, because the large language models, they are great in making up stuff if they don't have enough content. And only then in the last phase, we will use the large language model to spell out the story, which is something that it can do really well. So in the end, the content is a combination of let's say real photos, AI-generated text based on these credible sources, and AI-generated audio, with then the metadata and the factual stuff taken directly from Wikidata. And we are transparent, of course, which of the content is made by AI and what is made by humans. So if you want to give it a try, how the result looks like, so you can check out, for example, the Guide to Tokyo, which is 100% made using this AI method. Okay, well, then once we have the guide ready, the author can easily translate it into 30 languages, and we can do that including the audio recordings, which, you know, here everyone speaks English, but when you look at the travelers that visit popular destinations, they speak a long long list of languages, and very often when you have a Chinese or an Italian, you know, they can understand maybe a little bit in English, but if you can provide them the story in their native language, they get much deeper. They build a deeper connection with the place, and they prefer that. So, of course, again, all the AI translations, it's very important that we mark it as an AI translation, and we also ask for feedback to make sure that if there is any problem, we can review that. And besides using the Wikidata, we also built on top of other open data sources like the German National Tourism Board Knowledge Graph, which builds basically build up a database of all the tourist places and tourist-related activities across all of Germany. And so in this case, we also just build an API and connect directly to that. So then cities like, I don't know if this one is Leipzig or others in Germany, they can build on top of this data. And what they really appreciate when we talk to them is that they don't have to worry about these opening hours and stuff like that, that we can load it directly, and they just focus on their stories. But it doesn't stop there. So when we have all of this data, we run it through our machine learning that we trained on 20 million points of interest that was categorized also using lots of Wikidata. And we understand what every piece of content is about. And then we observe how the travelers interact with this content, you know, whether they open some place, if they visit the place, if they finish listening to the story. And based on that, we built up their individual interest profile along more than 100 dimensions. And then we basically do something very similar, like when you open your YouTube channel, you will get very different recommendations on videos to watch than when I open it or someone else at this conference. And that's what we do with the travel places. So then even in the popular destinations, we show the top sites that, you know, travelers, we cannot hide it from them that there is a Big Ben in London. Everyone wants to, you know, tick it off. But then typically travelers spend, you know, in these top destinations, that would be typically a few days. So maybe on the first day, they want to tick off the bucket list, or if it's their first time. But then we provide them with the personalized recommendations on the places that are actually not in the most famous ones, but that really match their personal profile. So as you can see, I travel with kids a lot. We like animals and nature. So I get recommendations for, like, let's say, to visit London Zoo, which probably is not the top site for most travelers. And then once we recommend the places, which, by the way, is very important because it helps to distribute the tourists, we also can create fully personalized tours from this content. So we can take tour considering the place where you are, where you want to get, how much time you have, and we will make a fully personalized tour taking into account the top sites, but also the places that match your personal profile and that are kind of along the road. So you can see if I want to go here from Colosseum in Rome to Pantheon, Smart Guide prepared this route, which is not the shortest, but it's kind of going in that direction, but visiting some interesting sites along the way. And we also integrated ChatGPT as a wrapper inside Smart Guide, but with a few important improvements. So when you type in your prompt as a traveler, we will, on the background, submit this personalized profile. So that means that everyone gets different results, which is important. To spread the tourists. And then when we have, we run a fuzzy match algorithm to identify the places that the chatbot recommended. And when we have the content from the destination, the vetted content, we open that instead of the AI generated stuff. And then we, of course, add a layer of user interface that makes it easier to interact with. You can bookmark it, play the audio, navigate to the place, stuff like that. So that's an interesting combination, how we can get the very nice user friendly interface of chatbots, but then still keep the tourism boards in charge of the data and use the human content wherever possible. And what this helps us to achieve is that we can redistribute the tourists through the destinations, because we show them, we recommend places that are not so famous, different places to everyone. So, for example, in Prague, we measured that our users spend around 30% of the time in areas where normally tourists would not go. So still, yes, 2/3 of the time they want to stay in the center. It makes sense. That's why they came to Prague. But then maybe, if they spend 3 days, on the third day, they are a little bit tired of the crowds of tourists. And they then are inspired by these recommendations and explore some authentic neighborhoods. So they get much more meaningful experience, stay longer, and it makes the tourism in the destination more sustainable. And of course, we measure all of that. So when I spoke about data, we have tons of data on how travelers behave, of course, what you can imagine. And we provide this data back to the destination so that they know which places are popular in which languages, how is it being used. But also, for example, how the offering in the destination matches these interests of the visitors. So we help the tourism boards identify that maybe they don't have enough content on, let's say, the culinary experiences or something else. And besides the normal data, we have also very detailed heat maps where we can really zoom in on the street level. Of course, all of this is aggregated because of GDPR, but we can show the tourism boards or the attractions how exactly tourists flow, how maybe this changes during the seasons, or how it changes across different demographic groups. So, for example, this is the capital city of Slovakia, in Bratislava. We could see that there are very different patterns even across nationalities, so that the German speakers, they often come on a river cruise on the Danube River, which is very famous for the German-speaking people. So, and they very often come from Vienna or go to Vienna. So they will start exploring the city often from the riverbank, whereas, let's say, the Americans or the international travelers, they often come by train or bus, so they start at a different place. Then the locals, they come by car, and they usually find some free parking spots near shopping centers. So all of them have different entrance to the city. So even just understanding this then helps to make a better experience for them beyond just the language localization. So we already work with around 300 tourism boards, tourist attractions, and it's a quite diverse set of also cultural institutions across many countries. So the solution is very versatile, and the technology, basically wherever you want to guide someone, even if it's like this example in Switzerland, Jungfraujoch Glacier, where you go on a cable car, then inside the glacier without Wi-Fi, without any signal, we can still work with Bluetooth beacons and other technologies. So it works everywhere. Or here is an example from Austria, where we have a augmented reality angel flying around the Silent Night Chapel, as this famous music plays when you visit the chapel, to really bring it, to life. So thank you for the attention, and if you have any questions, I will be very happy to take them now.
Thank you, Jan, for the wonderful presentation. I understand you're joining us for the first time, and welcome to WikidataCon and the community. We have a question/comment from Klaus. Let me just read out very quickly. There is a human in the loop between a Wikipedia article to Wikidata and to guide, ? Right? We recommend in Freiburg, CH, probably Switzerland, sorry, my glasses, I can't see, but the QR codes for German and French Wikipedia article, and there are some on interesting points, but as in detail as there is usual. Maybe yours is an alternative. Is there a link what's to do for being a part of your community from the touristic responsible? For managers or something?
Yeah, so if I understand it correctly, yes. So there is the human link, yes. So unless we just, like in the Tokyo example, that's purely written by AI, and then we say the author is AI, right? Like where we did not have any human authors. But we work with, as I mentioned, hundreds of tourism boards where Smart Guide is the official guide for the destination. And in these cases, we work with the tourism board. Very often, there are also other content authors. So let's say in Prague, we have content from maybe 20 different content authors. Tourism board is one of them, but then also some others, because everyone has a little bit different take on the city, different type of stories, and so on. But then when we work with the tourism board, and they can basically shape the content, we always give them a veto right. So if there is something that they don't like, they can veto it. So we try to combine the user-generated content, but also remain, keep the quality. So when there is any content being published by anyone, we do a review. And if it's a first-time author, we do a more in-depth review. If it's let's say the official tourism board of a destination, then we don't check every word because we trust them. So all the content basically passes through some review besides the one that is purely AI generated and clearly labeled as such. So I hope that answers.
Thank you.
But definitely, if you have, that's like our goal is to work with the tourism boards as much as possible. So this is a solution for tourism boards for the cultural institutions.
Thank you. I just have a question. Curious to know whether there's a way for your project to feedback to Wikidata. Should there be errors or information is outdated from the destinations as reported by your users? If there's no way at this moment in time, do you think is there a plan to have a way for your users to feedback to Wikidata so that we can improve the data of Wikidata as well?
Yes, that's actually a great idea. We do not have this feedback loop yet, and that's maybe something we can also discuss after the conference. For now, it doesn't happen too often, but yes, we had, for example, someone reported that a statue in a park in one town, I remember, was misplaced. It was just a few meters off, but it was on the other side of the path. Just a small thing. So yes, we correct it in Smart Guide, but we don't feed it back to Wikidata. But We also actually, on behalf of some clients, we edited Wikidata because usually when, for example, when there was a request, we did a guide for the Harvard campus, and they built a new building on the campus, which was actually not in the maps yet. So when we did a guide for them, we also requested that, because we take the OpenStreetMaps, for example, as the underlying data source. So we pushed these changes through. So basically, that can work in a similar way for the rest of the data.
Thank you. That will be very, very useful. The improving the data quality on Wikidata, and given that the project that you have has so much outreach, it will be very, very good for us. Ishmin has a comment that surveillance as a problem, I'm afraid. Do you want to spend the next few seconds to quickly talk about, whether smart guide, because you collect a lot of data, and whether surveillance is actually an issue of concern to users and to people who learn about smart guide?
Mm-hmm. So of course, all of this data is processed in line with GDPR. I think probably most of you will be familiar with that. So it's very strict, and we have no way of tracking the data down to the individual person. So it's always analyzed, displayed as aggregated, and it's disconnected from any information that could identify the person. So that's from the perspective of the traveler. Then from the perspective of the private property, if I see the question, so we share this data with the tourism boards, right? So if this data is not publicly available, and when we work, let's say in the example above with the tourism board of the city of Bratislava, we share the data with them. So then, yes, the tourism board can see where people go, in which streets, and they can even see very often, like you can identify specific shops or restaurants where they gather. But I guess that's okay, right? Because that's the job of the tourism board, and they cannot see the individuals. So I don't actually see any issues with that.
Thank you for your clarification, and also coming up with this project that will help to alleviate the problem of over tourism, and also reusing Wikidata's data, as well as combining different technologies in one platform. Thank you, Ian, for joining us today. And next speaker is Mahir. He's really in the room. Matt Lips with Wikidata Lexims and abstract content. It's going to be a 45-minute session. So Mahir, take it away.
Thank you very much, Alan. It is good to be here. Yes, doing stuff more with Lexims and abstract content, which are things that I have enjoyed working with. If you were at WikiConference North America, I did a session about precisely those two topics. And, this is essentially a very brief follow-up to that in the Lex. Lots of things have changed in the last couple weeks or so, and this is very much going to be a demonstration of those things. For this purpose, I will direct you first to this page, and then I will show you this page once I can start sharing my browser window. Essentially, this is going to be a substitute for slides, because in this case, there's going to be a lot of things to show, a lot of things to for you to fill in and to look up resources for. So essentially what we're doing here is pretty simple. You're going to have a number of blanks to fill in. This is all in abstract content format, as I envisioned abstract content to be. And these define, most of these are like variables, like these here, and then some of these are actual item-like things. You'll recognize instance of, you'll recognize given name, family name, and so on. And these QIDs in the middle are actually, they have never been assigned by Wikidata. If you go to Q3156, nothing will be there. If you go to the deletion log, nothing will be there for Q3156. This is just to keep things as abstract as humanly possible, because hey, QIDs are a very nice, useful thing to use. And your tasks will be to fill in some of these QIDs based on some lists that I've given below for nouns and adverbs, which are going to, of course, be used in different parts of the content. Most of these are going to be nouns. There's going to be some adverbs. There is a little more flexibility for a few of these because, you know, if you have an item for a given name or a family name, if you have a human that you want to use, you can pick those. But others, I would ask that you pick from the lists below. And once you have those filled in, you can then essentially put in the declarations, and all of this content will turn into sentences in a little bit. And the question, of course, is how do these things get turned into sentences? There's a little system that I built. The term elim wala is essentially a combination of elim, which is like knowledge in Arabic, and then wala, which is a common Northern Indian suffix for someone that does something with, you know, that thing. So, you know, like a knowledge peddler, if you will. And this sort of shows, this is basically a site where you can put in the abstract content that you want to render. Before you do that, of course, you have to validate that this is properly formatted. And so there's this little validate button, which turns your little QID strings into, you know, actual QIDs or resolve them into labels. And once you see that this is the format that's going to be used for rendering, you know, you can change the language in which each of these items is shown, to even to languages that may not have labels for some of these things, like this item for welcome doesn't have a Korean label. And the idea here, and this is part of why I really like to use QIDs for abstract content, is that even if you don't, you know, outright know what the output is going to be, you have at least some idea of what will be involved in it based on looking at the item labels. And even before we get into, well, actually, I don't know. The thing about Mad Libs is usually I ask for the words, you ask for the words, and then you fill in the text. So if I show you the content now, I don't know that that's going to be terribly useful. So let's go into some of these lists, and I'm hoping that you can access these lists yourselves, right? These are just queries, where if I click on this query, I should see, for instance, a list of descriptions, usually sometimes item labels, sometimes labels for individual senses. And yeah, I will basically, let's start by soliciting some suggestions for things to fill in. So everyone ready? Everyone on the page? And I do see the chat, by the way. So let me know if you're able to access the page and can access the queries and can give me some sense IDs to look at. Once I have confirmation from at least one person that this will happen. Okay, yeah. So okay, sorry, Jan. Yeah. So basically, let's start by trying to fill in this first declaration. So let's give me a noun from noun list 1. Yes, sure. Let's do a dry run first. Sure. Let's do that. So basically, I'm going to here's the thing. So I'm going to put in a declaration, for instance, and then I'm going to put in. And this is the cool thing about this interface. I can. Oh, don't give me. Can you give me the QID or the sense ID actually? That will be a little more interesting than just the word. Because yes, there we go. Thank you. All right, cool. So let's do Q675146, and then let's see. First. So I think, what did I call this? Back reference, and then Q2000. Essentially, what will happen is, like, here's this declaration that Q2000 is actually going to be substituted with the item for beehive, and then I want to use that substitution when rendering a concept. So when I validate this and I try to render it into Bookmall, let's see what comes out. Yeah, we're using Norwegian Bookmall as the output language here. So here we go. I see I know that we have at least some Scandinavian language speakers here. Does this make sense for Beehive? If it doesn't make sense for Beehive, we can figure out why this came out. Let's see, or let's try Lydia's example. So U11570779, 570779. Yeah, let's see why it just came up with the extra E. Okay. Interesting. So B here apparently can be spelled with an E. And for whatever reason, hive is linked to the same item, beehive, which is linked to kube. Is this a different beehive than the one we used? Anyway, essentially, let's try the catfish example just to be sure. See, catfish should be a little easier to come up with an equivalent for, regardless of whether it's correct or not. Come on. Let's see. Sometimes things take a while because, this tool doesn't have the most direct access to Wikidata. So, here we go, catfish. And just to make it clear, we got codfish because cat in English is cat and fish in fish in English is fish, and those are put together, and we get codfish. Okay, yes. So let's basically we're just going to be doing this, and then I promise we'll get to the sentences once we're done filling in things. But we can at least see what words we've chosen and what they're going to look like in Norwegian. So let's put in that first example, Q11570779. All right, 2968. So let's do a noun from noun list 2. You visit noun list 2, and then you give me a QID or a sense ID from noun list 2. We can set that to be the second thing, the second variable that we're using. Like we can change this to Q2968. Change this also to Q2968. Cool. Yes, there we go. See, we're talking about concepts here. Yes. All right. Cool. We have a lot of stuff. Yes, mala. Yes, let's talk about mala in Norwegian. Let's see. Q13, Q1306, 564. Environmental pollution. Validate this. The word that we're going to see in the output is, okay, this is a term for environmental pollution, I guess. Miljö is environment, I think, and forurensning. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so you notice that here that we're not going directly to, where did this go? Let me validate this again, or let me render this again. And then if okay, there isn't any output here, but there was a diagram before. I can't seem to, okay, so I'll just fill this in, Q13065634. All right, and then, all right, so what's next? 3077. 3077, give me your favorite human item. Just an item for any human that's on Wikidata. Preferably one with given and family names, but that's not inherently a problem. Yeah, let's do Q42. Yeah, all right. Problem solved. 3079. Okay, let's do a noun from noun list 3. So if you can visit noun list 3, there's going to be a lot more nouns that are a little different. Morden Harkin, yeah, yeah, possibly. I don't want to look up item. I don't want to look up item IDs, but you need to just give me item IDs, and I can. 3144. Let's do that. What is this? Or no, that's the human. I'm sorry. What about from noun list 3? Let's see. Is this Q11455387? Furniture designer. Okay. What is the word for furniture designer in Norwegian? Mobile designer. Cool. You can actually see from the log that we took the Swedish word, we split it up, and we put the parts back together, and so we have furniture designer. Cool. Cool. Okay, note to self: make it easier to copy QIDs from That not copy Q114 Q1145537. Okay, 3082 and 3145. Give me 3082. Give me another human. You said Morton Harkett, so I'm gonna just look that up. Harkett, 319773. 319773. Yes, thank you. 3144. Okay, we're still looking at the noun lists, but let's do something from noun list. Did we do noun list 4? Can't remember if we did. Yes, we've done 4 noun lists by now. Yeah, so okay, so let's move on to the 5th noun list then. You'll notice that there's a little fewer noun lists than there are slots for nouns, but that's okay. We can cycle around if needed. Is music radio from noun list 5 or noun list 5? Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying which noun list these are from. Cool. Q1654671. 1654671. Digital piracy. Ooh, okay. What is the term for digital piracy in WCML? Is there one? That's the more interesting. Nets. Ooh, okay. So net, I believe, is definitely net, I believe, is Norwegian, but Piratlus is actually there's a little yeah. There's a little thing I added in the back, like back when I was starting work on Norwegian, where we just borrow the Estonian word if it existed. So like here's net, which is Norwegian, but then it just borrowed the Estonian word because I hadn't finished working out the way that Norwegian words were to be used yet. So can we have a different example, maybe one that doesn't maybe could work for Finnish? Yes. Let's try a different example from noun list 5, actually. You don't have any other ideas? Okay, Q1391582. National dish. Ooh, this should be pretty good. I think. Let's see. Nationalmat. Okay. Where we take the Estonian word rahvustoit, we break it up, and then we put the words together. Let's use that then. 82. All right. What's next? Q3145. All right. Another human. Or are there other humans that people have suggested before? National Rets. Ooh, okay. Interesting. So that's one of those situations where, you know, in Estonian, I think Toit might also have the meaning of dish, but I didn't add that to the lexeme for that yet. I think that's why that mat was showing up. Q156347. Q156347. All right. Okay, through Q3147. All right, now we move on to adverbs. All right, so let's move to adverb list 1 and give me a lexeme sense. I think these are all sense lists. Give me a lexeme sense for something in from adverb list 1. We feel we need an adverb now. Adverb list. All right, cool. L14385S1. As a note, yes, great minds think alike. As a note, I should say that yeah. Let's add to the okay. Actually, no. Let's forget about surprises. 14385S1. I save that. Let's make sure that we get something out in Norwegian first. All right, so this is apparently supposed to be unexpectedly. I don't think that might be a little too mechanical of a rendering. Yeah, that's a little surprise. It probably is just a surprise. I'm curious why this showed up, but no matter. Überraschung. Okay. Raschenda. Okay, that's a good. Okay, so that's surprisingly would be something like this, but I think this is happening because, and this is this is surprisingly. If we go to surprising, if we go to surprise, can you please explore the next lexemes for navigation? Ooh. Okay, so actually, I'm curious why this is showing up like this. I wish I. Event says okay. Do we have? Okay, so this is one of those. If you look at the bottom of the Mad Libs page, there's a list of troubleshooting things that we can do. One thing I will do now is try to find a verb for to surprise in Norwegian, and then we should hopefully get a different output the next time we render it. If that's not the case, then I can certainly. I have a separate window where I'm going to keep ToolForge open in case I need to restart the tool. Come on. Yes. We did find a surprise. Trying to see why. Okay, here we go. So this is because it's impossible to search sense glosses efficiently. I have this query that just lists all of the Norwegian ones. If I look up surprise, and let's see. Is there a verb for to surprise? Let's see. Come on. Oh, here. Overrasch. Yeah. That's probably what I am looking for. Really not. Oh wait, hold on. Where is to surprise? Here we go. Overrasch. It is enough that this have the same link to surprise. Yeah. Don't call yourselves dyslexic German. That's anyway, so that's surprise. Right. So hold on, I need to set things up. Yes. So I have a restart command there in case I need it. I will keep, so now that this link has been made, I'm going to actually keep this because yeah, the next time I load this, it will fully, the next time I render this, the right word should come out. All right, next up, we need an item. We need an instance up for this new item that we're creating. And for this, let's move to noun list 7, maybe? To noun list 7. Or actually, let's not do. We'll have something for noun list 7, but I'll add that to a later field. But let's get something from noun list 7. Any ideas? 7 through 9 might be a little shorter and possibly in Swedish. Let's see. Yeah, sure. So let's see. L1397153S1. What is this supposed to be? Not Frischet. Okay. Okay, so this is another one of those things where we need to make some adjustments. So let's try to make some adjustments. So this word is interesting because it consists of an adjective, I believe, with this meaning, and the suffix het, which is a specific thing that I have basically logic for transforming this into other words in a language like Norwegian. And for this, it's important that not only are the syntactic relationships indicated, so this is another word ending with het, which indicates okay, which part is the suffix and which part is the base, but also that there has to be some sort of a link between the sense here and something in Norwegian. So let's first add the links. And 3 groups. Right, and now I need to know what Matfish means. Does this have a Norwegian equivalent of any kind? If it does, that will be great. If not, we may need to move to something else. To eat a lot. Yes. Like eating a lot. Okay. Is there a word for eating a lot in Norwegian? Quality of eating a lot. Frotze. Okay. Let's see. Oh God. As slow as searching the query service output is still the best we got. Frotze. Or actually, let me just look up. Oh boy. I need to stop searching for words that may or may not exist. Yeah, gluttony. Frotze would be the verb. Okay. 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 Yeah. Think about this. If there is another, what's the other one? 583229S1. Okay, so Frotze. Frotze. Wait, let me quickly open now that I have 583229. I wanted to see if this will be a little easier. Delacticate. Floating is the noun. Is there an adjective for this? If not, then we can. So this I'm gonna close. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, we are looking for an adjective. Jan is right. Don't want to spend too much longer though. Yeah, I'm gonna close this for now. I'm gonna reopen it in a little bit. Let me quickly make some more changes. No, that's okay. This is not about making these changes. I think if we had more time, / if we were in person, then I would, suggest making these changes yourself. But I wanted to at least get something useful out. So if there is something about, let me see if I can can make this a little easier. So, filter contains Matfrisch apparently is some answer med stor appetit. Yeah. See if running this will lead something interesting. Man eater person eats meat. This is out of 200 rows. Eats. Person. Okay, that's a person who eats a lot. Who eats something. What eats drinks? Okay. We may need to get past this. Although we may need to return to this. Food healthy. Yeah. Ooh, that's an idea. Anyway, sorry, we're getting up to the half hour. So what about delactic? Delactic would be. Separates in. Okay. What does delactic mean? We have Matfisch het and delactic het. Let me try delactic het first. I do have a little fail-safe where it'll just borrow the Swedish word if it doesn't, if there is, if it can't. Another profiling tool is already active. Transcriptions of other lexemes. What's going on? What's glad? Okay. So Masklad is not here unless it is. There's Matklad in Swedish. Okay, not Matklad in Norwegian. Interesting. Oh boy. Still need to know what delactic means. Let's see. Let's see. I don't want to spend too much time on this. So if the last few noun lists don't yield anything fruitful, yeah, so yes. Yes, and of course Delactic happens to be an IKEA brand. So let's try. Sorry. What's this? If that's not what Delactic means, then please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to assume that that's what Delactic means. I want to get something else. So I'm going to make this translation. Please revise it if it's not correct. That is done. Want to have something from this list. Let this be the one. This 606162. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's go back to noun list 1. And I need. Okay. Now I need a. Let's actually go back and fill in this. What is this first object going to be? So let's pick something from noun list 1. We don't get more suggestions. I promise. Use 79925. Let's make sure that I say 79925. Dark matter. You have a Norwegian term for dark matter? Involved in. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Mobius. Dark matter. Oh dear. Eine comes from. Oh dear. Should be materi, but for whatever reason, the first sense of matter is not that matter. This is the one I think I should be using. So one way we could fix this is to specify that in the lexeme dark matter, the particular sense of matter that is used is this one. So we'll still use it. It should, the next time I render this, it should still show up Q7. All right. Now, there are 2 people involved in this discussion that do not exist on Wikidata. I need their first and last names. By which I mean like the Wikidata items for their first and last names. This is one of those ones you can just pick whatever first and last names you like. I just need 2 of them. Or 4 of them in total. 2 first names, 2 last names. Sure. 2145 1475. Or we can simplify things and give them both the same last name. I don't know. All right. Q1631647 111631647 2145400475. I need a second first name just to keep things different. All right. Q16871304. Another first name, and then we can move on. One more first name. I promise there will be something rendered with this. I got something rendered before. I just need another first name. Thank you, Hamza, for the one that you provided. See the second one. Cool. Thank you. Q1884869. Cool. All right. All right. And now we need a second Item. Let's go back to noun list 2. I need a second item, which this last second entity will be an instance of. What will this entity be an instance of here? Need something from noun list 2. Noun list 2. 187 5615. Cool. Let's find out what this is. All right, aircraft operator. Okay, this should hopefully render something useful. Let's see if it does. Rendering aircraft operator. Luftfahrtgesellschaft. Which means we're taking Luftfahrtunternehmen and breaking it up into its parts, and we get Luftfahrtgesellschaft. Cool. All right. 6061 and 63. Yes. Yes, that's a question for the German speakers as to whether the Unternehmen can be an operator, a company, or a person. All right, we have 3 more adverbs we need to fill in. So let's go to adverb list 2. Let's try something from adverb list 2. Oh dear. No, what happened? Oh god. And the progress is gone. No, Fred, I can fill this in really quickly. What happened now? Oof. Oh. We're also running out of time, so let me make this color white. All right, let's go back through some of these. All right, so, oh boy. I'm gonna quickly fill in some of these things. Let's see, let's try catfish. Was it? I'm just gonna borrow some of the suggestions you gave. Thank you. This is really quite embarrassing. And actually, I'm going to copy some of these. 3077 is Q42. Oh boy. And then which one was Morton Harkett? That was going to be 3082. And then 3079 is going to be this. 3082. 3145. This. New messages. Yes. Okay, so let's fill in some of these other details. First name. Another first name. And then we need 2 last names, right? 2 last names. Quickly copy this to Notepad so that I can recover if need be. Around a lot. Okay. What else are we missing? 3080 is going to be. I think that was going to be this one, right? And then let's see, what else are we missing? This is one that we 44, 47. Which ones are those? 47 is going to be an adverb, I believe. No, It's going to be a now. That's what 6.1 is. 6 or 6.2. Don't have the mappings of lists memorized. 3080. Add music radio already? I did not. 80144 0 147 is an adverb, I believe. Yes, 147 is going to be an adverb. So this one I will use here. Okay, and then we're left with 3 more adverbs, and to save time, because I haven't rendered anything yet, I'm going to use ones that I used in testing. So this is going to be my 3160 is going to be this, my 3161 is going to be this, and my 3163 is going to be this, which I all checked, and so they should all work. All right, all done. Yes, absolutely. Yes. All right. Thank you for your patience. We're finally done after cutting some corners, and this being done, let's start by first copying in the abstract contents. Copy this in. I'm going to replace this block with the stuff that was typed in. And then I'm going to click validate, and let's see what we're using. We're using Catfish, Fax Machine, Douglas Adams, Pop Singer, Music Radio, Martin Harkett, Anita Filzko, Lata Mangeshkar. This was unexpectedly. Oh, we don't have an instance for this one. Bob Svensson. Okay. We need another item. We need another instance of item. What's the item that I used here? I think I used something simple. Computer. Oh yes. Sure. Let's stick with examples people give in the chat. Yeah. Let's use dog. Bob Svensson, human. Here, K, human, aircraft operator. Suddenly, quickly, and then 2 senses which I used in testing, I believe. No, wait, or no. One of them I did use in testing, the one I did not. For this, I will quickly ensure that. Let's see. I'm going to quickly restart the back end so that any changes that have been made in the last hour will get reflected. I'm going to skip past the content, but we can go back if any part of it is interesting to you. All right, so everything has been restarted. And then I click validate, and then I click render. It might take a while. This is a lot of content. And there's a lot of caches that need to be refilled. See, like, there's a lot of requests that are being made to the service that checks, okay, if I have a concept in a language, what lexemes do I use? That service is probably overloaded at this point. So I may need to do this a few times. But I really, really hope that something useful will come out. Or not useful, it'll be contrived, obviously, but it'll still be, to my belief is that this will still be grammatically correct. Okay, it's overloaded again. Let's try 3rd time's the charm. Okay. This is a little. We checked that all the nouns up here render, I believe. Yes, we have aircraft. Yeah, we got aircraft operator going. We got music radio. Did we do music radio? That should probably work. Pop singer, maybe. Fax machine. Still going. Still going. The log output's going to be huge on this, most likely. Come on. Please don't fail me out. Don't fail me now. Please don't fail me now. Oh man. Come on. I don't remember precisely why this particular error shows up, but I suspect it has something to do with maybe other people are running this, and so, oh my god. Ah! Ugh. No, it's just copy the text here. Oh dear. Under. I don't know why this should be showing up now of all times. Let me restart the backend. And now if I click rendering again, might still run into some issues, but let's see. Yes, drive would hopefully useful. It's not useful in the sense that it's something you want to show people for informational purposes. I mean, that's something that the author of the content will have to figure out. But I suspect that there are a lot of mechanisms at play, which should hopefully make the number of Norwegian lexemes still stay a little less than, for instance, what's in German or Danish. And yet, nevertheless, the possibilities for output become just as great. Like we don't need 220,000 lexemes for something useful. You can get away with fewer and still get something useful out. Oh boy. If things do not work out, and I very much pray that they. Okay, that is a different error, which comes from what exactly? That might be a server error on. That might be an error with the browser, not with. If it were an error in the back end, there'd be more detail. That was not what. Okay. That is usually that's another backend error. A content error. Here we go. Oh. Okay, something broke down, which I am a little disappointed to see that happened. But you can notice that some of the terms that you put in the chat, yes, possibly, yeah. I'd be happy to do something in a different theream. But you see, there's a reference to Catfish, there was a reference to Douglas Adams, there was a reference to Morton Harkett, Agneta Filskog, Bob Svensson, here Kay. I have no idea why these items just failed to resolve, especially when they certainly resolved in another tab. And also, I understand that I'm over time, but I do want to check that these do, in fact, render in Norwegian, and this was just a fluke. Oh, something happened? Fax machine. Oh, interesting. Why did fax machine not render? Faxgerät. That's weird. Oh, fax it didn't render because fax doesn't have a sense. So Christopher, you should get. You should find out. Let's see. Let's try. Not fax machine. What was another one? So an environmental pollution. Oh, what was the one that Jan used? Oh God. Yes, I will. Yes, Mobius, I will get this to you as soon as I figure out what was that environmental thing that Jan suggested. Apple peel. Oh dear. What are the laws? Environmental degradation. Okay, so that will fix that problem. 47531498. Lotta and Mangeshkar apparently don't have labels in Norwegian or Mull. Okay, that might be why this is showing up that way. If, on the other hand, I change it to, what did I use? Which one was Yeshkar 1563447. If I change that to what was my Q3145? My Q3145 was, I believe, Brian Adams. Then these errors will go away, and so will these ones. Okay, so if I revalidate this and re-render this, which should hopefully take less time because I'm not pulling as many new entities from Wikidata as I did before. Yes, I'm going to need to do this a couple of times. Come on. Okay, it wasn't environmental degradation. What was it? Oh, God. Hold on. Go to my history. What was the environmental thing that I opened? I don't remember what it was. Oh, dear. Was it? Environmental. Is it, come on. Come on. Okay, here we go. Let's just use environmental disaster. I don't remember what Jan put in the chat for that one. So let's switch to environmental disaster. Okay. Once I fix the QID problems, Mobius, I will post the text in the chat and you can parse it. And I will call the session done once that happens, and I'll stop sharing and all that. And I can go into more detail afterwards about certain aspects of the output. Oh, God. Oh, God. You see, if I were at the foundation, I would definitely make some infrastructure changes so that these back-end issues don't occur, every time. None of these were content issues, by the way, except in those cases where I was rendering one concept at a time. Those were not content issues. Those were, this is a tool-forged tool which has limitations and resources, and so there's only so much that can meaningfully happen sometimes. All right, here's the text, and yes, thank you all for participating. I really enjoyed your suggestions, and I hope you can see from this convolution that with abstract content, you can do very fun things and hopefully silly things. Thank you so much.
That was an amazing session. Next up, we have training, which will be presented by Max Kristen and Thomas Kristen. So over to you.
Hello. First of all, I'm Thomas. He is Max. We are obviously brothers. So there's going to be a few different disciplines that are going to be involved today. First of all, since this topic is related to hearing loss, there's probably going to be 1 or 2 people in here who are going to need some sort of transcription. Just check the chat. There's going to be a reminder for the live transcription that you can use in order to understand us better. Also, in case we are talking too fast, too quickly, or not coherent enough, please tell us to slow down. Okay, there's enough time for that. Okay. First of all, hearing training. What exactly is hearing training, and why would you want to train your hearing? Probably not too important for most of you. However, for a lot of patients, and also the main target group of today's topic is older people, because hearing loss, especially in old age, is an incredibly prevalent thing. And usually when your hearing degrades, you just get a hearing aid. However, when that hearing aid is not powerful enough anymore in order to sustain communication, or when your cochlea, so your inner ear, is damaged, you're going to have to need a new system, which is called a cochlear implant. In a gross simplification, what the implant does is it shocks the cochlea, so the inner ear, at the same positions that you would usually get a chemical reaction, in order to have an electric signal that goes to the brain that to you, as the wearer of the implant, sounds a bit like hearing something. It's incredible technology. It's also something that Elon Musk is probably very much jealous of, because it's an actual neurological implant that works. However, it is incredibly difficult to start actually comprehending what people are saying. As you can imagine, when you're, can I have tinnitus? It depends. It depends. It's a longer answer. We can go into that at the end. When you try to reduce the signal, the usual audio signal, into 12 to 24 electrodes, there's going to be a lot of loss, and it's just not going to sound right. And it's very important, it doesn't sound natural. You can imagine that, for example, if you have a call with someone and you have very bad reception, and then you put another telephone in front of that telephone, which picks up whatever you are hearing. And then you do that 10 times in a row. And whatever you are left with is somewhat what sounds like for most people who have a cochlear implant. So in order to get back to hearing, you need to actually train hearing. Usually, there's going to be a professional who tries to help you with. For example, I do that in my actual day-to-day work. However, there's like with language learning, there's a large part that you have to do on your own. So in order to do hearing training at home, you're going to need some form of application or a program that you can use. And when you think back at who gets the cochlear implants, which is a lot of older people, you're going to have to design something that you can use to train your hearing in order to understand people again, but make it as accessible as possible. So we were trying to make a hearing application that uses Wikidata lexemes, but there's a few things that we want to keep in mind, and you can try to keep them in mind and see if along the line you think that we met those targets or we didn't. Easy accessibility is it's incredibly. If you think that it's incredible, when you think the bar is low for accessibility, when you think for example about your grandparents that you want to show them how to use your phone, think even lower. Okay, so it has to be actually usable by people on their own, especially when they're not that competent with digital devices. Long-term engagement means you need to have a lot of training material, because if you only hear the same word, I don't know, if you have like 100 words, after a week you're going to be done and there's no more new training that can happen. You need some form of quality control, because as these people are hearing impaired, you can't just throw, I don't know, a wrong audio file at them and just expect them to understand that there is no wrong audio file. And you also need, or at least we tried to, include additional audio files to train dialects and familects, because that is a very underrepresented part of hearing training. However, we're going to find out whether that worked. Now, for therapy itself, what is StartSit? It is single word training, which means you get a single word, you press play, you hear it, and then you have to decide which one of the options that you're given is it. You also get speaker differentiation, which means you get an audio file, or basically you get two audio files, and you have to decide, is the speaker the same? Which might sound easy to you, but for someone who's listening with a cochlear implant, it's very difficult. So in order to have some form of base training, we also included that, and also minimal pairs, which means you train words which are which only differ in a single sound. And in order to really focus on specific sounds that you want to train in order to hear them better. It's usable on most devices, or the ones that are relevant, especially for the population. You need and we also included a metric ton of audio files, just because you actually need that many. So in order to actually produce something that is usable in the long term and doesn't just get boring, just imagine if you're trying to learn a new language with Duolingo, and the only 10 topics that you can do, you have done, you're just not going to open the app again because you think you've got it, or maybe you actually do have got it. So you need a lot of audio files, and we managed to somewhat include dialects. that's it. A hearing training app or program. Yeah, we got a lot of words. It's amazing.
On the technical side, what we did was a cross-platform application, also based in Flutter. If you listen to the talk I gave 2 days ago, that's the same basic setup, like a Django backend and a Flutter frontend that is available on like the web, Android and iOS platforms. iOS is still not published. We're gonna get to that. The lexemes that we included came directly from a Wikidata query I did once, so it's not dynamically updating or anything. It's just a big, very simple, give me all German lexemes in this case. We also try to go multilingual with the user interface, but right now it's mostly focused on German patients because that's the one we had at hand. And there's also a direct usage of the pronunciation audio files that were linked on the lexeme pages that are of course not included directly in the app, but only linked and played from the common server to make that more efficient. It has also some very interesting technical facets that I wanted to highlight. For example, as Thomas mentioned earlier before, there is no real account sign up thing. You get like a randomly created account on startup, but it's still personalized for your use case, but there's no thing that collects like at least data that you really input. So some data is collected on the backend, for example, like what you do in the app, but still there's no email addresses that are collected ever, or like any kind of IP addresses. There's a lot of work has gone into to making this as frictionless as possible to get into it. And the one feature that I wanted to highlight is that we actually have like a internal control mechanism for the Commons audio files. So the players get assigned like a skill score depending on how well they perform with the examples that they're given. And if we are confident in that our players are pretty good at their hearing, or at least a bit farther progressed, then we take their wrong rounds as an indication of something being wrong with the audio file itself. This has helped us actually to find some very bad examples, like audio files that were either completely wrong, where someone said like a different word instead of the one that was actually linked in the file. Or where someone has like extremely bad recording equipment, like so bad that it's actually not discernible. Or the most often error that you encountered was cut off recordings that were just stopped too early and you didn't get the rest of the word. And this is the app in its beauty. This is the mobile version, of course. As you can see here, there's like a very simple setup screen.
And that is something that was incredibly important, because I cannot state this enough. It is so important that you have an app or a program that you can give to an older patient who barely knows how to turn on Wi-Fi or mobile data, and to open and not press something wrong. And so this is literally what you see when you open up without the spinning. You see just the start button. Okay, there's nothing where you have to log in or anything like that, because that is enough of an hindrance. And I've seen this in the actual day-to-day use of them. This is enough of an hindrance that it actually that it's actually gonna be a point where patients are gonna stop using that because it's just too much. So just to have that open up right as it is a lot of work in the background, but it's incredibly worth it.
And as you can see, there's also an indication of your training progress today. We try to motivate people to actually play like a specific amount of rounds each day to keep them engaged and to have like a bit of a gamification idea. And the one at the bottom we're going to get to. This is the main like word training screen where you have like single word options. At the top you see like a audio thing that people can press, and then the two words below that are the ones that are suggested by the app, and one of them is right, one of them is wrong. And the further you go into the game, like the more the app is convinced that you know what you're doing, the more options you get presented at the bottom, and the closer the options are to the actual solution. So we did like a little Liebenstein distance thing or where the further you are in your training progression, the less the words differ from the actual solutions down there. And that's like the main screen that most people see in their day-to-day app use. We have also some others. For example, here's like the game selection. If you want to play something different for a change, like the more difficult ones, of course, speaker disambiguation and minimal pairs is extremely hard, like even for people that are good at hearing. Like I sometimes struggle with them.
Yeah, and also you can see one of the blunders that we actually made, because even though we tried to make it as accessible as possible, as we wanted to also include new recordings that people or even relatives of those patients could make in the app, we actually placed the feature to record new audio at the top, which means that was already another problem, because people opened the app and then first thing they wanted to see in the list was, oh, you can record audio, which is obviously not the training part. So that small thing, even though there is a clear design choice where you said, okay, you can train what to üben, you can train the words in the second space. But since it's not at the top, not the easiest solution, that was already a problem.
Yes, and this is the web version, just to show the difference in the screen size. Like this is the speaker disambiguation view, where you have like 2 buttons that you can press. Like the ones are clickable before you progress to the next one, like the equal sign and the stricken through equal sign. And you're hearing 2 different recordings, or 2 times the same recording, depending on if the answer is right or wrong. And if you progress further in the speaker disambiguation challenge, then you actually get presented different words from different speakers to make it really hard. At the beginning, it's the same word from different speakers, which is also, I think, a statement to how many recordings there are of different pronunciation files, because we actually found like quite a lot that were recorded twice that we could use for this kind of feature. Pretty good. Yeah, this is our self-feedback session. I try to include like some more complicated features. For example, that you could record audios and like specifically define that only like your relative or the person, like if you have like a relative that you want to record audio for, that you could give it to them to be included in their training loop. And it was very complicated. You had like an ID that you had to give to your relative, and they had to enter it with a PIN. And it was so complicated. I think only in testing it was really used, and afterward in the real world, no one wanted to get into it, which was very sad, because I invested a lot of thinking into it, but yeah, no matter. And also the audio recordings didn't really work out. There was not a lot of engagement. I think, yeah, maybe doing it in a different app could be more useful. And also the dialect aspect, we tried to include it as well as possible, but from on a data side, there weren't that many recordings that were actually tagged as, for example, Bavarian or something in that direction. So it was a very sparse data set, and it didn't really contribute to anything much, sadly.
Yeah, basically, even though, because usually when people make some sort of recording, they tend to steer into or veer into the main dialect that you speak, or like the high German, for example, that you speak when you try to make a good German impression. Sadly, for hearing training, it's incredibly important to actually have some sort of dialect recordings. So if you have any idea to get more of those, please go ahead.
And what worked is, I think I was very engaged by the whole composition of random lexemes that the app highlighted for players. Like there was a lot of silly examples, like the Fleischetiketiergesetz thing, like the longest German word was an example, or all of the fun word ending syllable street names, like amazing stupid stuff that all had recordings, and that I think no other app that does like audio hearing training ever would have included.
Which is also a good thing, because usually when you get a hearing training app recommended by, for example, the clinic that you got implanted in, it's usually gonna look the same somewhat. You start with incredibly frequent words, stuff like days, months, numbers, and stuff like that. So when you're done with that app, you can't really go anywhere, because that's the same stuff that you get in the other app. So it was somewhat weird on the first tries, but it was actually a very good thing at the end. Also, there was a significant usage at home, which speaks incredibly for the amount of data, for the quality of the data, but also that the interface was actually usable on their own. Because usually when I'm working with elder people with a cochlear implant, you show them the app just like you would show your grandparent, and you try to work them through it. And the moment they get home, they have one error message and it doesn't work anymore, and they give up. And the fact that it still worked at home was very important for keeping in, once again, those patients with low digital literacy. Yeah.
And the audio quality control by hearing impaired patients was surprisingly effective. I wasn't even sure that it would work. Also, thanks, Lydia, for the word. I forgot. It's too long for my brain to keep in. And future plans would be to move the backend to Twofish. I have not posted the link to the app here. It's not a secret or anything, but it's not. I'm trying to keep it as stable as possible and not trying to get as many people on it as there are. I still have to release the iOS version, and it would be very nice to incorporate like new files and themes, and the results that we actually got from the crowdsourcing, like the damaged audio files and stuff, is still not contributed back to Wikidata Commons. We only reported that in like the master thesis that we wrote, but it's still up for the discussion and should be probably done at some point. Yeah, and that's it. And thanks for your attention. And sorry for going over time. It's late.
Okay. No worries. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions? Okay.
I mean, if you really want to play, I can paste the link. It's not that interesting if you can hear well, but it's surely an experience.
No, I think the session was super interesting. Thank you so much for that, and I'm sure everyone will check out the link too. Yes. Next up, we have the closing session, which is by Danny. So over to you, Danny.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, great, thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen here. 1 second. Does everyone see my slides? Wonderful. Oh no, I think I've given it away. I started on the end slide. There we go. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us. This is unfortunately the closing session. That's a wrap. Thank you to everyone that came to the audience and asked questions, helped us write the notes, to all of our speakers, of course, all the facilitators and tech support. There's some names of most of the organizing and program committee there. And of course our facilitators and other people in the background who helped like realize this event and bring it to life. And yeah, we'd like to know what your event highlights are, any particular sessions you thought that were really breakout ones, some new things you discovered, if there's any interesting discussions you saw going on that you'd like to follow up with, and yeah, maybe just mention what or who has inspired you. And please feel free to shout your answers in the chat, add them to the Etherpad. You can add them to the talk page on the event WikidataCon 2025. And once again, a big special thanks. So we had 35 speakers who ran 25 sessions over the last 3 days. Everyone who asked a question or helped answering one, there is the Etherpad link once again for you to reach. There's quite a lot of questions in there that we didn't manage to record the answers in, but they're all on the recordings. So hopefully we can get to that later. But at the very least, all the questions in the Etherpad have their answers in the audio. Of course, you, the audience, the Wikimedians who attended this event, and the staff who made it possible. So I think a big round of applause to the tech support team who are in that cupboard over there in that nook, because they're the real unsung heroes. You know, when we're trying to decide when to organize this event. We wanted to have close to the 13th birthday, and we thought, let's just put it over Halloween weekend without any care or thought about the people who have to give up their weekend to be in here and do the live stream and the recordings for us. So thank you so much, guys. Facilitators who are helping us make the event run smoothly, and the incredible design visuals by More Design Agency. I think they look really snazzy and very cool. I'm really impressed by them. On to documentation. I think nearly all of the sessions, apart from the game sessions and the GLAM lightning talks we're going to have momentarily, the sessions have been recorded. The videos will be uploaded to Commons, and they're currently on YouTube as a long block, like a full live stream, but we're going to snip them up and add individual sessions to YouTube too. And you can find the playlist on the short URL link there. But we'll also add them to Commons to the category WikidataCon 2025 videos. Speakers, most of you have shared your slides to Commons category presentations already. If you haven't, it would be wonderful if you could, and we'll get them linked from the event page. So anyone, feel free to rewatch the sessions anytime, and we encourage you to share them with anyone who didn't attend WikidataCon, but they might be interested in the content. And as always, whilst we had live translation services, that won't be available for anyone watching the videos on Commons. So if you feel like adding captions or translations, that would be incredible. It says now it's time for your input, but actually it's coming in a couple of days. So we are preparing a survey that should be with us in a couple of days, and I will spam you all once again with an email to your inbox with the Great Question survey link. And if you could spend a few minutes just answering it, that would be really wonderful. So thank you very much. Just generally, if there's something you particularly liked about the event, or you thought wasn't working so well, if there's things you think could be improved, or things you would like to see that was missing from the content, yeah, please let us know. If you'd like to volunteer to join the research pool, you can use this QR code or the link below. And we may contact you in the future to ask you to try out features that we're working on, or existing platforms, or other cool stuff that we're trying to figure out what to do or work on. If you want to keep in touch with the community, the other speakers that we heard from today, or the people in the audience who contributed to the discussions, here's a series of links. We actually have 3 Telegram channels or groups. The main one there at the top, you can find also on the wikidata.com, wikidata.org domain, but there's also a help channel. And we also have an events channel where you can post in if you're running an event, or if you're looking for an event in your regional area, you can scroll through that channel and find interesting things to attend or look for. But you can also join the global Wikidata community channels. There's the project chat, which I'm sure you all know is multilingual. The mailing list, if you want to receive updates about what's happening in the Wikidata world. There's the weekly summary that me, Mohammed, and now a crew of amazing volunteers are helping compile and send out every Monday. You can add yourself to the subscriber list, or you can help contribute. If you have cool things that you'd like to add to the Wikidata summary that we haven't found, go ahead and add it, and we'll happily include it. We have social media channels. You can find us on Blue Sky, Mastodon, Facebook, and LinkedIn. Contribute to the discussion, give us a like, share us with your followers and your friends, and help spread the word of Wikidata as far as you can. And did you know there's a Wikidata Discord? I did not until recently. It's a fun place, and I highly recommend you join it and contribute to the fun discussions and memes that are being had there. Coming up, for the rest of the slate this year, there's various ongoing Wikidata 13th birthday events still happening around the world. But the next main thing on our side is the Wikidata Wikibase Office Hour happening on the 14th of January 2026. If anything else cool comes up, we will, of course, tell you all about it through the various channels I just described before. And once again, a massive thank you. Feel free to stay and chat in the audience. We're going to end the recording soon, but we will be playing a selection of 6 lightning talks from GLAM Wiki 2025, which has been happening in parallel with this event. Yeah, we're going to keep that running, but there may be a few of us disappear from the chat, but I think one of us will be around to keep the meeting room open. It's been a pleasure. See you around. Feel free to chat. And Alan, would like to say a big thank you too, right?
Big thank you to everyone.
Yes. Any feedback, suggestions, or collaboration for future events? Here's my contact details. Please get in touch with me. But aside from that, what a great WikidataCon. Thank you. And you may have noticed my hat here. There's a snazzy new hat. I'm sure you will be seeing a catalogue of new swag appearing at future Wikidata events, so you can look forward to getting your hands on those. So, I think I'm okay to say this. I think this is fine. WikidataCon will return in 2027. So, watch out. Then, that's it. I'm going to end the session. And Sunny, I think we can end the recording. Goodbye. See you.
Okay, thank you for attending my talks. My name is Hisham. I'm from Wikimedia Indonesia. And in this session, I want to introduce Okay, thank you for attending my talks. My name is Hisham. I'm from Wikimedia Indonesia. And in this session, I want to introduce about what we do as a chapter in SAP. And then perhaps if after that you have suggestions, you have even solutions. If you have solutions to our problems, feel free to approach me. Thank you. Okay. People say, when in Rome, do as the Romans Roman does. So, hola, you so Hisham. I'm the staff in Wikimedia Indonesia since 2023. I'm collaborating with Indonesian Wikidata community. My wiki home is at Wikidata and Wikipedia Bahasa Indonesia. And currently, because we have this new exciting project, Wikifunction, I'm struggling and fighting to learn for it and finding the use for it. And also, I'm interested in using MediaWiki for applying it for various solutions. And my native language is Indonesian, but I also speak English and Arabic, mostly modern standard Arabic. Okay, so in Wikimedia Indonesia, we had several divisions. This the first you want to see in the very far right, pendidikan. It is an Indonesian for education. They deal with teaching and teaching people Wikipedia and also Wikiquotes and Wikibooks, and they had also several Indonesian community. And then we have kebudayaan in the middle one, the most important one. It's in English we call it cultural heritage. They talk about they mostly deals with GLAM institution Indonesia. They focused in introducing Wikimedia Commons and also Wikisource and also Wikidata. And then we have my division, data and technology. Perhaps you see the similarity between Indonesian and English writing, data and technology. We mainly deal with MediaWiki, Wikifunction, and Wikidata. But in this year, in this two general support funding period, we still focused on Wikidata. And also in the very bottom, you see community. They support the various Indonesian Wikimedia communities, such as city-based communities, such as in Jakarta we had Komunitas Wikimedia Jakarta. In Padang we had in West Sumatra we had Padang Wikimedia community, and even in the most eastern island of Indonesia. Okay, so what I'm talking about will revolves around what we do together between the cultural heritage and data and technology. Because as you see here, Wikidata is being
well, so Ursula from African Studies ourselves because we
it's my pleasure to be here.
Talk about the Wikibase project.
This is a very inspiring
we are going to present this project,
and I'm here to.
The Romans do as the Roman does. So, hola, Yuso Hisham. I'm the staff in Wikimedia Indonesia since 2023. I'm collaborating with Indonesian Wikidata community. My wiki home is at Wikidata and Wikipedia Bahasa Indonesia. And currently, because we have this new exciting project, Wikifunction, I'm struggling and really fighting to learn for it and finding the use for it. And also, I'm interested in using MediaWiki for applying it for various solutions. And my native language is Indonesian, but I also speak English and mostly modern standard Arabic. Okay, so in Wikimedia Indonesia, we had several divisions. This the first you want to see in the very far right, pendidikan. It is an Indonesian for education. They deal with teaching and teaching people Wikipedia and also Wikiquotes and Wikibooks, and they had also several other projects they introduced to the Indonesian community.